awaken the power held inside of me. Harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
It's the moment I've been waiting for. Told myself I couldn't wait no more. When it's wartime, then I'm waging war. You try to give me three, then I'm taking four. And it's non-stop and you off your rocks. Beast mode, but I'm out the box. I grip and squeeze till you on your knees and tear off your sleeves like a halter top.
I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. I'm a warrior. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Fortnite fam, what's going on? Welcome back to the FNCS. Earlier today, EU, they got to play, but now it's our turn. All right, NA is up in the building, and with this being the last chance for these duos to try and qualify to the next set of the FNCS, I mean, everything is on the line. Of course, joining me here, we've got Kelly, we've got Vivid, your analyst, who will be breaking everything we're seeing down. Guys, welcome. The pressure is on. Tell me how you're feeling.
Oh gosh, yeah, Zeke, a lot of pressure. Hey, we're pretty much going to be running back that exact same format from last weekend, so there's going to be a lot of action. And then, like Zeke mentioned, that pressure, right? Hey, are we going to make it into the upper bracket, the lower bracket, those series point leaderboard? We got to keep a close eye on that throughout the day, Kelly.
Yeah, I personally don't feel any pressure. I'm just more excited to watch what these players have in store for us. But I'm sure a lot of these duos are looking to not just make it to the semifinals, but like what Vivid said, to make it to that upper bracket, the top 50. And that's where players are going to have the opportunity to go straight to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, to keep the dream alive, we're looking at a few different points. We'll get into all that in just a moment. But first, we wanted to take a moment to highlight some of the duels we saw coming out of last week that had just some stellar performances. We wanted to kick things off with Bugha and Aviv. Now, last week we kind of talked about it. The first time coming together, a duel we would have never predicted to see kind of form. And yet, Vivid, they went crazy.
I mean, that's just the point, right? And we made it last weekend, Zeke. We talked about how, hey, listen, they're a new duo. How are they going to do? We haven't really seen them in the FNCS yet. Well, guess what? Last weekend, we got an opportunity to do just that. And they showed up. They got 3 victory royales, which was the second most on NA throughout the weekend, only losing out to Re and Ritual, who, of course, had 5. But Kelly, they impressed for sure. I mean, they were able to do pretty much anything, any play style. And throughout a bunch of these highlights, aggression was definitely on that list.
Oh my gosh. And I mean, Aviv and Bugha have such knowledge behind them as a duo. And we got to see that displayed here last week, where regardless of what position they were put into, they seem to always have the upper hand.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you mentioned upper hand, because in their game 1 win, as we just saw, high ground was the name of the game. But of course, there are a lot more tricks up their sleeve, because they were also able to play the end games in a couple of other different positions as well. Notably, low ground is the one that went ahead and impressed me. So I wanted to break down another one of their games. Let's take a look at their position in the mid ground over here. Now, of course, there are teams above them, a couple of teams below them, so they don't really have any necessarily keen, advantageous positioning. But Bugha and Aviv, they're always one step ahead. If we go ahead and take a look at where this zone is actually going to go, it's going towards this hill. Now, of course, when it goes over top of this hill, all of those teams on low ground, or the low ground as it currently stands, is of course going to get pushed up onto that hill. So what do Bugha and Aviv do? They, of course, go right ahead and claim all of that space. And for the rest of the game, because of this move right here, they had low ground for the rest of the game. But of course, if you're on low ground, you need materials, you need to get those refreshes. And right here, they notice an opportunity. All they have to do is go ahead and break this cone right here. But instead of placing a cone like we see a lot of teams do, the staircase gets pulled out here. They place a staircase down, and the refresh comes all too easy. They run that same strategy back right there, pick up another refresh. Because of that, they get all the materials to continue on the low ground. They get all of the meds that they need to go ahead and win that heal off. Victory royale from the higher ground, victory royale from the lower ground, aggression. What can't Bugha and Aviv do, Zeke?
Man, that's what I've been trying to rack my brain from. So, like, obviously, they had this awesome performance in week number 1, and kind of had a question for you guys. do we see any changes coming into week 2, right? It feels like it's just run back and do the same thing. Do we maybe expect them to try and just continue to assert that dominance, right? And really refine their skill set so when they go into the next stage, everyone's fearful of them.
I mean, hey, performance-wise, I hope they run it right back. But of course, they are a new duo, so I'm sure they're going to stay locked in and just kind of like learn about each other, right? Learn how they should be playing some of these lobbies.
Yeah, there's so much that can change within a week of Fortnite. So I think a lot of differences we're going to be seeing is what have they learned from last week. So I'm excited to see if we're going to see any new strategies from these players.
I like it. I'm here for it. Now, speaking of other people who are here for it, why don't we hear from your casters? It's Monster D-Face and the Best Taco.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Zeke. And yeah, it's not just, of course, the Viva and Booga show here. There's so much more going on. Taco, we've also had a time to take a little deeper look into some of the duos. How about we start to highlight that duo? I'm going to start with Yasir and Dorito.
And it's a pretty good choice, MDF, because when you really break it down, we talk about some of the newer duos, but Yasir, Dorito, these two have actually been playing since last year, if you consider some of the console championships cups that have gone on. But not only that, Yasir and Dorito, I think my favorite part about them, aside from the fact that they are a console duo, is simply the fact that Dorito, he's never even played in an FNCS finals before, Monster, and yet here he is today. Very little amounts of stress, if any, because of their 8th place finish in week number 1, netting them 595 series points. So with that amount of series points, qualing today has basically already solidified them for that upper bracket, and I'm excited to see if they make the full run.
Yeah, well, that's definitely a team that has a chance, right, to push all the way through. However, on the other side of the foot, Scope and his duo have a lot more of a difficult roadmap in front of them. So we have two sides of a coin right now. On one side, a team that has a pretty easy day or weekend in front of them, but Scoped and Tragics, however, have to fight a lot harder if they essentially want to be in the upper bracket.
Yeah, missing week number 1 definitely hurt both of them. They were with separate duos initially in that first week of qualifier, so now combined here today in week number 2, they basically need 160th for placement or higher, MDF, if they want to find themselves just to qual for the lower bracket. As far as upper is concerned, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's a first place finish from the boys that they're going to need.
Yeah, definitely. And a first place finish, is it something they can accomplish? Well, I think only Zeke will have that answer for us.
I guess we're here to find out, right? I mean, the stage is set for us. This is going to be a difficult day for many, many duos. And like Taco kind of pointed out, that 160th place. Remember, there's a 250 duos, aka 500 players. So it's going to be tough. And this being that kind of final opportunity, or it all kind of ends here and you got to run it back next major. I mean, it's going to be tough. Now, another duo, you know, Kelly, I had this dream. I had this dream. The Reet and Ritual, they're going crazy. And they had all these eliminations and victory royales and all these points. And then I woke up and the dream was real. They went crazy. They set this insane record coming out of last week. And I feel like, you know, it's only natural that we kind of took some time to highlight them and their play.
Listen, we've seen some duos dominate their region, but Reet and Ritual might have broken a bunch of records last week, not just grabbing first place, but also 5 victory royales. So I kind of want to break down where their success came from last week. And to do that, we have to go through the early, mid, and late game. And when we talk about the early game, of course, we have to talk about their drop spot, Reckless Railways, which has so much opportunity and benefits over in that POI, because not only does it have 2 separate weapon cases, great loot, lots of metal, a mythic weapon, medallion, vault, and mod bench, but also it's positioned between 2 forecast towers. And given what situation they're put in, whether there's a ton of teams landing on them or no teams, they always had an answer to that situation. Here we see Ritual having an incredible time farming because no other teams are around them, so they're able to farm incredibly efficiently. Within 2 minutes, Ritual is able to tag a player in the air that's far away, collect a ton of mats, gain full shield, eliminate 7 NPCs, including the boss, accesses the vault, and then collects enough gold to fully customize his sniper and shotgun. I mean, Vivid, right out the gate, Ritual has a mythic SMG, full custom purple hammer and Reaper snipe, a grapple blade, and 2 big pods.
Yeah, seems like they've got their strategy down very compact when it comes to being uncontested. But as we mentioned last weekend, Kelly, sometimes these mythic POIs, they're going to prove to bring a lot of players' attention. In this game, they were contested by a lot, but it doesn't really seem like their timing got messed up all that much.
No, instead of Ritual going for this long farm when he's uncontested, they went straight for the boss to make sure that they had access to that vault. And then after grabbing the vault, they immediately rotate to the forecast tower, kind of bullying away two separate teams that tried to join at first. In fact, speaking of that forecast tower, every single game that they grabbed a victory royale, and even some games where they didn't, they grabbed the forecast tower.
Wow. Those forecast towers, they are really strong, Zeke.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Okay, so if that was the early game,
Yes.
what happened mid-game?
Ooh, well, mid-game was great as well. Reet and Ritual had some of the best team fights that I saw last week. And their specific maneuver was this pinch maneuver that we got to see, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, it's no surprise that Reet is a part of a team that does very, very well in some of these mid-game engagements. Reet is somebody who practices, whether it be box fight, zone wars. He's just always in some sort of a practice mindset. So winning out these fights is no surprise. And then Ritual, of course, holding the mythic weapon that they actually get from their drop spot helps them so much in some of these fights.
And just the positioning, you can see right here that they make sure that the duo they're going up against is in between both of them. And yes, that might be an issue for one of them going down, but the aggression coming on from both sides throws their opponents for a loop, and they're able to get elimination over and over again. Another interesting strategy that we got to see from them last week was using the Flowberry Fizz in tandem with the Rift Island launch, which actually allowed them to leap higher than the rifting teams, giving them more visibility and more awareness of where everyone else is going in the zone. And also they had the forecast, which allows them to know where they need to be going.
It all just comes together so well for Reet and Ritual. I love the island strategy though, because you know we haven't really seen a lot of teams prioritizing that this season, but the fact that they are sets them up very, very well for the end game.
Oh, the end game was absolutely phenomenal. My favorite strategy coming out of Reet and Ritual was how many teams they chopped from the high ground. They typically stuck to the low and mid ground, but since they had forecast, they were able to stay at the front of the zone, and they were able to peek at the high ground teams time and time again in kind of a safety net. And by doing that, they were able to drop all these high ground teams and then steal high ground from themselves. And it made for some incredible plays, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, the big question was how in the world was Reet and Ritual winning 5 games? And we can see it here, a lot of these strategies being implemented game after game. And then, I mean, if you just have individual skill like Ritual hitting snipes like that, are you kidding me?
It was amazing. I was losing my mind watching back both of their streams, and one thing that really spoke to me was the level of communication they had. Ritual was an incredible IGL. The way that they communicated with each other was so seamless, and they've been competing since last chapter, but it seems like they've been playing together for years. The amount of times that they would communicate when they needed to pass off a medallion, when they needed to give someone a med kit, was seamless. It was some of the best synergy I've ever seen. Also, making sure that Ritual had enough heals anytime they were going to be dropping down from the high ground so that he could go for the heal off. Except for this one where he sacrifices himself running back into Storm to throw the medkit to Reet. And with this game going to a heal off, it was the final medkit that Reet held that allowed them to grab that victory royale.
Whew. Ritual keeping his eyes on the prize there, Zeke, being the MVP teammate. That is such a cool play.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, what I like the most about this is we've had like Vivid master classes in the past. This is now Kelly's classroom. Queen, you've dropped this. Here you go. You are now knighted. There you go. Now, obviously, as we're getting ready to start the games, what are your guys' expectations? Kind of, as I mentioned before, for a lot of duos, this could be the end of the road. So pressure is on. How do you guys think some of these duels will fare? They're going to look to just change things up. Some might look to kind of run things back. Could we see some just crazy all in? We're just going to some other POI we've never practiced. We're just going to hope for it, all of it right here.
I think all the duels will have their game plans all locked in. But as far as expectations go, listen, we have 129 of the 250 teams returning for week number 1, which is about half, which means that we have basically half of the lobby is just new duos from last weekend, right? So we're going to see probably some completely different gameplay this weekend, Kelly.
Yeah, I love to see that. Also, those new half that are coming in are probably going to be going a little bit hard because they want to make sure that they make it into the top 50. And by having it be in a collection of series points from week 1 and week 2, that means that they're kind of behind the rest of the half of the lobby.
Yep. There's a lot of ground to cover and a lot of ground to make up. We are just moments away from starting. And as a reminder, we're gonna have a bunch of different lobbies going. So we're gonna watch a game and then we'll come back. We'll talk about all what's going on in all these other lobbies, and then we'll get right back into the action. But for more, we've got your caster standing by. MDF Taco, for you.
Thank you so very much, Zeke, and exactly just that. A much different format than anything we've seen in the years past. This year, something so new for the FNCS. Each weekend qualifier so far has been a combination of tons of games. Taco, last weekend, we of course had front row seats to all the action. We're expecting the same thing this week.
Yeah, and to kind of add on to what Viv was saying, for anybody out there that's also more of a preference towards percentages, Kinch Analytics actually threw this one out there, but only 19% of the NAC duos that are competing today were actually competing in last week. So again, a lot of new teams to keep an eye out, some old favorites as well to keep in mind though.
That's a pretty incredible stat, right? It really shows that there's not many teams that actually carry into this new week consistently, let alone stick together with one another year after year. So if you are one of those few teams that just decide to stay consistent, play with one another, you in theory should have a larger advantage over the competitors. We already know from behind the scenes here, looking at the numbers, there are so many new players for the first time entering into the FNCS ecosystem this season, and that alone is exciting because we can potentially see a new rising duo come out of this. We already highlighted one of those few teams that are coming out of the kind of the console track right now, touching base here in the FNCS space. So Taco, I mean, expectations I think are pretty high this FNCS for a potential new team to start to have an opportunity this year.
Yeah, but I mean, the battle bus, we don't have to yap anymore, MDF, because the battle bus is all set. We're ready to get into our first game out of many.
All right, well, let's get on into the first game of coverage. Once again, remember, if you are at home and you're watching this, there are other games happening simultaneously all throughout the coverage today. We're going to be trying to give you guys the best visuals as we jump all around different games to games. The leaderboards are going to be getting crazy. The off-spawn battles, Taco, we didn't even talk about it. You don't know who's getting into your round, what is going to happen, right? And this is one of those instances where, well, guess what? There's a whole team contesting you.
Yeah, New Llama, though, does not waste any time. An immediate knock onto Maxo. That's going to leave Dolzer in kind of a rough position. This building just outside of Pleasant Piazza, I mean, so many teams usually trying to contest here, but the fact is Dolzer is not letting up in the slightest, even though Cole and Llama arguably in a better position. That was up until Cole just ate a massive shot here, and it's the 2 versus 1 that Dolzer doesn't pay any sort of mind to. He's going straight for the neck here. The cleanup, it's so precise. That's the kind of hammer pump accuracy that I think we all wish we could have, Monster.
That was absolutely incredible. In fact, we got to watch it back one more time. Take a look at how he executes in here. Steps face to face, rips through all the shield. And you know what? I give it to Cold Leaf. Through the ramp, he did hit a monstrous shot, but not enough to put down Prodigy's Dolzer. So well played for him. He gets his first highlight of the weekend, and you know that was going right into the reels for him. On the other side, though, looks like Koffs and his duo, Josh, did have a little bit of an issue here down in the far eastern portion of the map. But hey, you know what? Looks like it works out well. He wins the fight, and he should be playing the reboot man.
Yeah, with the reboot ban in a relatively isolated spot, you have to imagine that Josh would get a decent opportunity here for this duo to essentially recoup, regroup, gather the necessary resources, some more builds, obviously, seeming to be the intention here from Koffs. Gotta make sure you're being as safe as possible when going for that reboot, but again, only a matter of time. Just wants to make sure that he's safe before he boxes up and starts the play going for Josh. But actually got a little replay, get a peep in, and this is from downtown by Koffs as well. That's a nice knock onto Enda. Give Koffs, I think, a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence here to feel comfortable pushing this one. As soon as you see that white spray come out, that's when you know that you can immediately keep charging them down.
Ooh, and take a look at this now. We get to jump in with Booga here, who doesn't have Aviv right next to him, so a bit of a split situation going on here. But there's notable players at this drop spot. This is not going to be an easy Snooty Steps by any means, but he does have the spacing here to go ahead and loot up comfortably. So all in all, he might not walk away with a fight in his hands.
waiting for Blake or Macwood to see how they handle this initiative here. Aviv looking like he wants to go for a little bit of wraparound. Going to use the junior crash pads just to cut the gap even quicker. But Aviv just gets right in there. Knock already onto Blake. Goes ahead and gathers that elimination for himself. Now waiting for the backup here from Bugha, but this is looking like a dunzo situation in the case of Macwood and Blake. I mean, Blake already down for the count. Bugha getting pressured now from two separate angles. And Macwood trying to do what he can to hold on, but it just felt like a matter of time. Tries to get some damage at least done on Bugha, but it just won't be enough. Bugha and Aviv very confidently taking that engagement.
You know what? And I've seen the rumblings, right? People that don't believe in Bugha, but he shows up every single week, season after season, and continues to put the numbers up. That was just really showing you there are levels to this thing right here. And you know what? What an excellent showcase for him. Back on over to Kops, though. It doesn't get any easier. Picking up his teammate essentially attracts a new duo to him, and it's Savage Caesar and Zembo. And Zemmo Be Cool actually was taken out already, leaving this up to Caesar by himself. So Kops already, man, has to put up the big numbers again, loses his teammate again here. And can he clutch it up? But no, it's not going to happen this time. And somehow Caesar puts on the 2v1 when Kops was on a run of the lifetime here for the start of his weekend. So back to the lobby he goes.
Sneaky play, though, by Caesar. It just seems like Kops and Josh had no idea that he'd managed to work his way behind their walls. But again, the action is only going to continue picking up with some of these off-spawn engagements. Sphinx and Pump now trying to do what they can to shake off this other duo that's contesting them for the time being. It's Jan, but Jan is getting pieced up right now by Pump. That's going to be a quick knock. Elimination bound to be gathered shortly after. And Flockham, he's actually not going to wait to stick around to see if he can maybe get some vengeance for his duo mate. Instead, he's going to take this opportunity, create a little bit of distance here with that grapple blade, and now just continue to separate himself from that little skirmish that took place. Might go back for the reboot card a later time, Monster, but at least for right now, it does not seem very comfortable trying to take that 1v2.
Yeah, all in all, I definitely respect the disengage. It's not very often you're going to see a team pull out that soon, especially when he traded off some pretty respectable damage. But it just kind of goes to show like how much he really cares about this first game. So I'm sure he'll have some time to go back for that reboot. Jump in with Typical Gamer and Noah. Plays here. So far, so good. Couple tags going down range for Typical Gamer. Typical Gamer, just all-around balanced player, right? The fact that he's even made it this far just really shows you that, hey, all the hours, all the effort put into Fortnite, I mean, it continues to pay off for him as they've made it to the qualifier this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's something that everyone who's participating is going to be rather excited for. Just knowing that the reward, though, could potentially be landing in that upper bracket. It's got to be a good feeling if you can make it through upper bracket, and yeah, just because of the sole fact that that's your most direct path towards qualifying for grands. But again, can't get too stuck in the spotlight if you're any of these teams. You want to make sure that you don't autopilot through these games because there are plenty of them, like you just mentioned, Answer. And for the players that have been eliminated super early on in this lobby, keep in mind they've likely already started to re-queue, possibly even gotten into another one already.
That's right. So easy to get complacent as you're making it into the further levels of the stage here. And talking about that, man, this lobby is really cut down pretty quickly. Yeah. We're just jumping into zone 2, so not a traditional slow start for NA by any means here in the second weekend's qualifier. Things are off to a hot start, and what a stacked lobby as well as we're jumping around. All types of very experienced players. Chip making his second appearance this weekend here now alongside Sires, and they seem to be not looking for an engagement by any means, but just trying to play the long game out, stay consistent. On the other side of the coin here, Bugha, it's a completely different story. He's got a team boxed up alongside Aviv, and maybe they put a little extra respect on that duo. Just enough to go out and back up for a moment's time.
Anything that can cause Aviv and Bugha to take a moment of pause and reconsider whether or not they really want to battle things out. I mean, you also have to expect that's likely due to the fact that since Bugha and Aviv, since they got those 2 eliminations onto Macwood and Blake earlier on, they might be set already for their Storm Surge strategy, so they're probably just looking to prioritize on their positioning at this point, kind of fully understanding, hey, we're probably going to encounter some other teams along the way. We can get our tags where we need to, but for the most part, I think that these two really just want to just keep it moving.
Yeah, and I want to point out, Bugha does not have many material. Aviv is in a much better position when it comes down to his heavy mats. So there's a double back moment here now, where they're going to have to go secure metal. They're going to have to secure stone if they want to get comfortable here, some brick. Otherwise, yeah, they will be in a bad situation for late game. And look, even spotting out another team here, Aviv and Bugha are probably thinking, can we get a little ambush here? Those tags mean a lot to them, but not enough for them to full push, not enough for them to commit any more resources as they're looking about playing the bigger picture here. Meanwhile, on the other side, bit of a standoff. 3 teams in the mix right here in the blender, but things are going to slow down as one opts to rotate out this side, right? Give a little moment here, leaving this duo for the zone.
Chimp and Sears, they wanted absolutely nothing to do with this between Ames, Comade, and free FNCS qual, but how free can it be, really, when you break it all down? Even side-by-side comparison right now, you're going to get right into Thoric just immediately jumping into what looks like another player's box. Might have made those edits himself. Hard to say from the point that we got into things, but with Chris at his side, that was a nice takedown by Thoric and Chris. Nice 2 eliminations to add to the tally. And now it's just going to be a focus in on how many more placements, how many more elims do we really want to try and gather in this first match. And kind of touching on the first match of the day, NDF, I think in comparison to last week, it almost feels like players are already taking a much more aggressive stance. And I have to think it's because after getting a little bit of a taste in how week number 1 was played, it seems like a lot of teams recognize a pretty efficient strategy was just to key heavy in a lot of these lobbies.
That's right. Last weekend, players got to put their feet in the water. They got a feel for the temperature, and now they're jumping right on in. The comfort is clearly there. Possibly even, you know, the nerves shook and shaken out. So what we're seeing right now is definitely a lobby, at least this one here, that's off to a very consistent and fast pace. But also notice the teams we're jumping in with, very experienced. Shore, Zypha, right? We even saw Blake and Macwood in this round here too. One of the first that was eliminated to the hands of Bugha, but there are notable teams in this game. It's not like we're looking at a lobby that is going to be a cakewalk to take a victory royale in. So even Shore and Zypha here with 2 elims, a lot of the vets have picked up a number of eliminations so far.
But that's what makes it so exciting, is knowing that there are so many seasoned duos that are honestly kind of just taking advantage of their experience. They're not ever really scared. I think that a lot of them just kind of understand how to fully commit to a decision, and that's where we can see a decent amount of differences between how some of these engagements pan out. I think the main thing to keep note of is for some of these newer teams, you know, for some of the players that don't necessarily have a whole lot of FNCS experience underneath their belts, I think a big part of it is just going to be making sure that they stay together. We see so often the more veteran duos, they'll have a tendency to split. They understand like the distances that they can work with and still be proficient for each other. And that's something that I think obviously comes with experience. So now Tyler 20, I mean, they're kind of just gauging what direction they even want to go in the first place. We're going to see Tyler just cranking up now, trying to get a little bit of a better aerial approach on things. Maybe look and see if there's other teams in the area that they could possibly hold up at Ritzy Rivera.
I like this spot to be in right here because down in Ritzy Rivera, you don't really have sight lines on any of, you know, really anything in the spot that they were in before that. But at least from here, they can get visuals on the full city, get visuals on teams potentially moving in from the outskirts. It's a much more advantageous spot to be in. Back on over to Zemo Be Cool. They've just encountered a brick wall in Zypha and Shore, a team that's already heated up, but both sides have found their levels of success. Don't forget, Caesar did just come off with a save, taking out Koss and Josh. So, you know, they're feeling pretty good. The confidence is there. However, Zypha and Shore are a very experienced duo, so who's going to come out on top? We'll find out now.
Yeah, and you can see Zemo trying to be careful, trying to make sure that these edits aren't putting them too exposed here. Looking for that right side peek. Left wall gonna get thrown up there. And now Zemo just continuing, trying to deal with some of these stairs that Shore just keeps placing. The cones coming out as well, just to keep creating more problems for whoever decides to try and actually push up, but Zemo's doing a pretty good job at reclaiming some of the space that Shore and Zypha were trying to create here inside of a lot of these edits, Monster.
However, he is fighting off that left camera peak. That's going to be a tough one, and this is why he's punished first both times. Notice Shore just keeping it textbook here. The advantage in his side of the field right now. Big punishment's going to come through. Bit of a reset for both sides as Zypha and Shore take their fair share of punishment from the battle. But there's no third party in sight, so this fight will continue to drag on for a little longer once the team decides to make a decision. And it's going to be Caesar and Zemo who say, hey, you know what? They put a lot of effort into that. It almost didn't go our way. We did just enough to slow things down. Let's get out of here. And both sides respectfully disengage. They live to see another zone.
Caesar, though, eating a little bit of a goodbye kiss on the way out the door. That's the last thing that he wants to worry about. You can see following back up here with Bugha and Aviv now. Hanging out by a Rift Island. Likely took a couple of engagements here, considering their elim count has jumped up from 2 to 4, and 3 of those being on Aviv. But the Rift Island fights are usually pretty prevalent at this stage, and well, Bugha, Aviv, they're not going to be a team that lets it go for free by any means. You see Bugha alongside Aviv pushing down free. Looking like a free elim there for Bugha. Easy collect. And now Rift Island, they'll be able to rotate out of there pretty easily.
Right, where Chimp and company didn't capitalize, Bugha and crew did the rest. And they earned themselves a couple elimination points there. I'm a little bit concerned about teams playing the deep zone right now, though. That damage is going to start to add up here. And positioning is going to start to run thin. There's a lot of water on this ending right now, so the forcing of teams to one side or another, big decisions are going to have to be made here. And this is just the first game that we're highlighting at the moment, as there are several rounds of Fortnite happening here. We're going to be jumping into all types of teams as we continue coverage here over the evening. So for Sphinx and Pump, I mean, we've got a sample of what they've had to offer this lobby already, a nice elimination, and continue to heat things up as we get closer to endgame.
And I like the mental here for Sphinx, just trying to utilize that Reaper, see if he can collect either a knock or even just body tags. I mean, 110 a pop, really nice damage, guaranteed. Break somebody's shields for the most part, and when that happens, you never know. Maybe Sphinx and Pump, if Sphinx is able to connect, they might look for an aggressive charge if they manage to crack anybody's shield. But until that does take place, Sharkman and Elsa seemingly reaping the benefits of some rewards here.
Yeah, and Taco, I hate to say it, but that's typical gamers loot pile right there.
Yeah.
As Sharkman did get the full elimination there in the feed just shortly ago. So getting a little bit of an update here. Take a look. Noah plays, gaps out, gets a little distance. He's now a solo in this game here. That's where the grapple hook comes in handy. So you can definitely space yourself out and wait for the replenishing hooks to come back. But all in all, Noah's got an uphill battle, quite literally, to fight for here. Let's see if he's going to go for it. Yes, of course he is. He doesn't want to be down on the low ground, commits the heavy material here, but the team below him knows he's a solo, right? So it'd be likely better for him to edge over just a square. If he stays single, all the teams in the vicinity will know he's just a one-player man here. Let's see it.
That's the thing, though, is that the team that just watched Noah grapple blade up that cliffside, they are bound to recognize the fact, okay, nobody came after him. It's literally just this guy trying to play things out as a solo. But Noah could definitely still inflict some pretty heavy damage to some of these teams. You were talking about that water. Now we've got teams that are going to be looking to try and maybe cross this little river that's taken place. But it really just all depends on which side the zone might kind of lean towards pulling.
Jumping back in with Chimp now. Down on that waterfront here, low ground, just looking to keep that material capped off. It's not a bad spot to be in. However, there are teams all around them, so it's not safe by any means just yet. Cone Maid is putting up the walls. Okay, so they're very much aware of Chimp's presence here, and those teams are not safe, so they're just trying to hold this squad out to the edge. trying to time the movement. There it is. Off they go. So this is also another interesting play, right? Playing for a more advantageous position early in the game as opposed to waiting for things to, have to be decided later.
I like this a lot, though, from Chimp, just kind of getting that reposition, get away from some of that congestion that was seemingly starting to build. We'll get back to that, though, in a second, because right now, Beast and Jojo Fishy, they've got a potential elimination on their hands in the form of K's, and that is going to be a well-placed knock into the full finish elimination, and they're kind of just waiting for Beast and Jojo Fishy. Jojo Fishy will finally take down K's entirely, and it seems as though K's duo was able to get away temporarily. Beast and Jojo could potentially look to capitalize on this further, but no, instead they will just take the immediate win. Looked as though might have had another team potentially pulling up on their short side, though.
So I was just going to say, the zone's going to pull pretty far east, and for Aviv and Bugha, this is the worst spot to be in at the moment, as they have to pretty much march through all this noise here. All of these teams will take a look. The dead side rotate. They already recognize all the abandoned fortresses, abandoned bases here on the bottom side. Nothing to worry about for them right now as they cut all the way across, and it should be pretty easy rotates for them. However, it's not going to be the same story for everyone here. So right now, 5 eliminations. One of the Elam leaders in this game, Aviv and Bugha, really heating up here in the first game, and now edging their way towards an end game. I mean, they're not going to have an issue as far as the Surge is concerned, but that's not the same, or to say it's the same for everyone else in the lobby. The warnings are out. The players now know what kind of situation they're in. So even if you are Aviv and Bugha, it's not safe, because you never know what teams are just going to decide that, hey, we got to fight, and this box right here looks tempting.
To be fair, though, to Aviv and Bugha, when you have 1576 above the storm damage threshold, they could probably coast for a bit. They don't necessarily need to make their presence known to anybody else in the lobby. Although with the way they've been playing this match so far, it seems as though sitting pretty is not really their ideal world. It seems as though they definitely just want to keep trying to take some aggressive engagements, at least the ones that they can tell will likely go in their favor. Meanwhile, teams like Creep and Hades kind of just waiting for a better chance. Because again, we talk about how nice it could be to have those grapple blades to make those movements, but Creep, he doesn't have a grapple blade. He's gonna have to depend on these crash pads to get where he needs to be.
I'm happy you pointed that out, because they did pull pretty favorable zones. So they're one of the few teams that are actually on that north side where Cone Maid and Ames are not, right? Grapple Hook, yes, but they were below the Surge. Now, granted, they only need a single tag, but finding that tag is going to be tough as they walk right into Team Agent's walls there, and they're just pretty much ready for any kind of defensive course of action, and it's not looking good for Ames. Although he is above, although Cone may have found a tag there, it's probably not going to last very long. There it is. Right on the moment, right on the marker. Things roll over. No more heals here, Taco. I mean, could it get any worse? Doesn't look like it.
Is that worse, you would think? We're getting full E-limbed almost immediately. Yeah, there's no such thing as a short-lived relief in these kinds of lobbies. Just
shout out Noah, though. He's still up, still
he's making it happen. To the best of his ability, at least. This is not a dream scenario by any means.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
builds, shambles,
tough.
Heals.
Yeah, it's a tough material situation, trying to rotate on the outer edge right now. He's even got grapple hooks, and he's like, dude, I gotta save these, right? There it is, to get all the way across. Tough spot.
And it's only getting worse by the looks of things. Just teams recognizing the fact that this man Noah, down to his last build, it has been placed, and he will get 8 up immediately after the fact. It's gonna be Dolzer with the elimination count for that one. But now Aviv, Bugha, we said they had a long rotate, and that's gonna be Bugha down. Aviv now picks up the medallion. He's gonna try and do his best to get his shield replenished, and shield potion will definitely help him get that back to 100, but with no white heals in sight, this is gonna be a tough rotate for Aviv. He's gotta be careful too. He doesn't wanna get caught in some of the low ground congestion. So he's gonna opt for the high route with the grab lane again. Catapults himself immediately towards the next zone, but gets that box out and is trying to make something happen here, Monster, but he's just not being given much of anything.
This is not going to get any easier either as we're getting later and later into these moving zones. Things are starting to pick up here. Other teams are getting desperate. But Aviv gets to showcase to us just why he is a top-level player, just why someone like Bugha would decide to pair up with Aviv. The accolades to match now. Aviv has to put up the fight. Pump on the other side, and Sphinx still up and running as well. Hurt here too, so the veterans having a bit of a tough time here in the end game. We might just have some new blood walk away with this whole thing, but only time will tell right now. Pump now looking for security here in the box. Enemies everywhere. Sphinx is on the other side, trying to break his duo in. Come on, buddy. Get on over. There it is. This is just how you got to play it.
Now, unless you're Phenom and Ziggy, though, who are seemingly the high ground team, everyone here on the low ground just getting so caught up with each other. A nice blast from Elsa is going to mean one more elimination there onto Trow, but Aviv still, as a solo, still trying to make the placement dream happen. Seemingly going to be able to possibly try and play spoiler maybe for some of these other teams. That's another elimination from Aviv. Bound to be off of a body that he knocked while making this progression through the low ground. And again, just climbing all over the place. This guy's almost like a spider monkey at this point. He is just everywhere.
That was a weakened Sphinx there too. One shot would have been enough for him to get the knock there. It was so close, yet so far. But look, Aviv is really showing you why you need to put some respect on him. Notice he lost Bugha around 20th place. He is now in a top 10 situation on his own here. 5 material left. He's going to go to try to heal as much as he can, but it's all about finding eliminations now. Another player in the box. This is the chance. There finds the 150 on the backside of the zone, and there's a down body there too. You know he's thinking about it, but first he has to cap off the HP. Aviv is truly heating up right now.
Yeah, we called him a man on a mission, but right now it's looking like this entire lobby believes Aviv to still be in duo standing. Aviv gonna go sink right down into the water. Might have jinxed him at the very end there, but a beautiful run nonetheless from Aviv. Now it's gonna come down Spacey, Brega. Are they gonna be able to suppress the low ground well enough in case they can't? Elsa and Sharkman certainly putting in a punch. 6 elims already and still working through for more.
It's not looking easy for the team on high ground right now. Spazzy and Brega right now, although they have 4 eliminations, yes, they're inside the top 5. This is a fantastic game, but the material count, just a singular build. If they don't put pressure down, infinite amounts of pressure right now, the other teams are going to have a moment to fight back, and that could be the end. I like what they're doing. They need to force that duo into Elsa and Sharkman, who are also out of material. This is it. It's desperate time now, Taco, for all the teams involved here. They have to fight or flight. There's no healing through this amount of pressure right now, and Elsa tries to go for it. It's not going to be enough. Sharkman's already in the heal situation here. He might just have enough, as Brega couldn't find the heal, so he should fall here shortly, and it's up to Maxo and Sharkman, but we already see it. I think the numbers are there, Taco.
The math is mathing for the most part, and Maxo should not be able to take this. It was a close one at the end there. Just went for it. I respect the full send entirely, but Sharkman just able to hold on long enough, and that's going to be a Victor Royale claimed. A nice finish there as well for Sharkman and Elsa.
Well, you know what? That could be the difference. That could be the difference for someone like Sharkman there. That singular tag allows him to actually get the elimination credit when the game ends. So, hey, at the end of the day, it is a little bit of min-max. Let's go ahead and run that back one more time. Elsa and Sharkman, they were looking like the team to win at this point. The moment they took down, the low ground competition and gave them all the space here, Taco, just see how the heal off plays off. Now, you know for certain that Sharkman has the visual cues. He can see exactly where the opponent's at. Look at how he's building around, puts the protection up, goes for the tag as well, and gets the elimination. So a well-played Victor Royale for Elsa and Moon's Sharkman. That's how you like to see it, Zeke. Catch us up with the rest of the game now, though.
All right, I like the kind of start off the day, right? Everyone, you can tell, everyone's kind of like trying to feel each other out. They're like, okay, the chaos from last time, that was too insane. Everyone slow the pace. No, we're going to heal offs. Let's do that. Let's try and make these shots count. It was very close there in those final moments. If Sharkman did whiff that shot, it actually could have gone the other way, but thankfully he held strong, and they closed it out with the first victory out that we're watching. My, oh my, we still got some aggression to kind of get out here though, Vivid. I kind of expected a faster paced first game.
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of eliminations very, very early on, but after those happened, everybody seemed to slow down in the middle game. But for Elsa and Sharkman, their aggression started to continue in the end game. As you can see, Elsa going for some of those eliminations. He knows that Sharkman, his duo mate, is already in the zone, going ahead and hitting those medkits, so maximizing the amount of eliminations. And the last shot is the one that closes out there. Very well played from the low ground, right? Going back into some of those old tarps that they had to make sure that he went ahead and stayed safe right there.
Yeah, great play there from Sharkman. And Elsa also grabbing a few eliminations as well, trying to grab even more. And it got really close, but fortunately Sharkman was able to pull that out. But for me, the shining star of that game had to be Aviv. And Vivid, you were talking earlier about how absolutely incredible that duo is.
You know, there's got to be something that Bugha is doing, whether it be his process for selecting duo mates or maybe his comms when he is down. I swear, whoever Bugha is duoed with is just always so good at solo clutching, right? If we go back a couple duos, Miro, when it was Bugha and Miro, they had so many solo clutches to keep them throughout some FNCS's threats, right? We saw multiple from them. And then Aviv shows up right here, right now, today, with an incredible performance. And like I said, I don't know if it's like the Bugha effect or just all of the duos that he goes and searches out for have to be good at solo clutching. But every single time, I feel like we just see so many Bugha-oriented solo clutches, whether it be his duo or he himself.
Guys.
Oh.
Guys, do you remember last week when Ritual were over 100 points ahead of everyone else at the end of the day?
Yeah.
It's happening again, Kelly. It's going down.
Let's go. Not just a victory royale, but 14 eliminations going to be putting Ritual and But hey, there's still a lot more to go. We still have 3 hours of the competition, so a lot could be changing. However, seeing Clix and Epic Whale up there in 4th place, right below the team that just won that we were talking about, it's good to see. I'm sure a lot of fans are excited.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and 12 eliminations. That is insane. But I'm getting word. The battle bus is ready. As much as we want to keep talking about that things, there's way more action at hand. So let's jump back in with our casters for our next game.
And there we have it. It looks like the games are starting to heat up here. And now Peterbot and Pollo are going to be the first that we jump in with. So looking at the standings, though, we're already seeing Pollo. Come on.
You gotta add that little flair to it.
Put the twang on it, you know, come on, Hispanics rise. But no, seriously, this team right here is one that's already off to a pretty hot start, and they're continuing to keep up the pace. Our vets with big eliminations here, showing off.
Man, imagine if you had said that, though, and Pollo would have just, like, ate it. I know that would have never happened in a million years, but it might have been funny, but it's no funny business. It is all seriousness with Pollo in this exchange alongside Peterbot, just absolutely dominating here at the Rift Island. Quick little back-to-back pump action, and well, Pollo definitely gonna be feeling himself off of that one. You have to keep in mind, Peterbot and Pollo, they are connoisseurs when it comes to the high elimination stakes. So I can almost imagine if they have any inclination that Reet and Ritual just collected a 14 elimination first place, you know they're gonna try to top it, but I'm missing what's happening right here on the screen with Shadow, because that was a nice clutch there to get Walkers back up in the action.
Yeah, that could have went pretty bad with Shadow recognizing that, oh, wait a second, I should not go into this left camera peek. I mean, clearly Walkers just ate it there. Steps around, plays for the save here. Now we get to jump in with Scope and Travis. I mean, this is a team that you and I both are keen to see perform today. Now, their first game didn't quite go their way, but the second round right now might just be an opportunity for them to go in and bounce into things. Already, though, this lobby is, I mean, sliced and diced down to 20 duos and running and counting. I mean, we're looking like we're in an open setting here. What is going on?
Everybody is just kind of schmoovin' right now, MDF, and Scoped as well. He's not trying to stick around where he realizes he doesn't need to be. He's gonna keep trying to just push himself further forward here with Tragics, and now get a little opportunity I already talked a bit about that last double elimination we just saw Pollo collect, and yeah, he's gonna keep the ball rolling here, okay? Immediately jumping. I mean, what else are you meant to do when you have Oscar's Mythic, okay? Because the Mythic Frenziato is just ridiculous at times.
I mean, look, I was hoping to myself, thinking into my brain, nah, that elimination feed can't be happening right now, right? Surely it's catching up. No, they are literally still active right now. Pollo and Peterbot into the next battle. Here's the thing, though. Last weekend, we covered this team. Vivid in particular, alongside Kelly, had a lot to say about this team being mechanically aware and ahead of the majority of the competition, right? Very rarely do you have two very skilled players mechanically pair up with one another and perform exceptionally well. Unless you have someone to kind of lead you through the end games, right? To get to those moments to shine. But Taco, we put ourselves in this type of setting where, I mean, Elans are really all that matters, right? These types of open qual-style games. This is perfect for them. There's no better position to put them in other than saying, jump into the fire, go fight.
I mean, you're talking about end games. Well, as far as Pollo and Peterbot are concerned, these two, they're trying to craft their own end game lobbies, and that is surely by eliminating everybody else from it. So as long as Pollo and Peterbot are on a tear like they seem to be in this current match, MDF, I'm definitely a little scared. I'm a little concerned for some of our friends here just outside of Grand Glacier, because the way that the zone is pulling towards that north side, it's going to get rough soon as far as elevation is concerned.
Well, we've already saw the leaderboards. 14 eliminations is one of the bigger swing of the games. But the shows us the potential's there. Anything can happen here. Now this lobby has dwindled down to just a mere 34 in this end game, but this is a mountain. So honestly, you couldn't ask for anything better. Slightly less congested lobby with the terrain this difficult. It's still going to be tough to navigate here. And this is a fight that's going to be tough to navigate too. Peterbot and Pollo versus veterans and Walkers and Shadows. Very tough fight for them to try to steamroll through, and you can see the punishment is there. The respect has been earned. And both sides have to reset here, Taco, and it looks like Shadow and Walkers are also back in for more.
Pollo and Peterbot, though, going to take this opportunity to get a little bit of their shields back, some of that Flowberry fizz, and now Pollo looking for a slightly different approach. Gets cut off momentarily, but they found the opening that they needed. Cut off yet again, though. These walls are getting thrown out so fast.
Yeah, we're talking about true tier ones going head-to-head right now with Pollo and Peterbot making it look very easy right now as they're continuing to back down Walkers and Shadows. And that's just the skill difference right now as things are starting to play out right now. Walkers into another team. Peterbot comes in and finishes up the deed. And just like that, they reap the benefits. Sometimes all you need to do is just put enough pressure, show them that we are feeling like the stronger duo in this engagement, in this clash right here. And look at that, walked him into a terrible position there.
It's the rate of fire for me that I think is really making the difference, though, as far as Pollo is concerned. He is just so aggressive against these edits, and it's, again, that Mythic Frenziato, and then on top of that, the Epic Ranger Pistol. He's got a lot that he can do in terms of shredding through builds.
Oh my God.
Peterbot just shredding
does he
the
even need a
competition.
duo? Does he even need him?
He just ran off without him. That's the craziest part. Peterbot was like, hey, I'll be right back, but I'm going to have another elimination with me in the process.
Incredible performance so far. Now we're at 11 eliminations. All the action so far into the lead. Peterbot does it again here, into the box, finishes one, finishes a second one, takes down two more. He's not trying to be outshined by Pollo by any means right now, and they are picking up the numbers. Very rarely do you start to approach a zone 9 and a team is at max material right here. So it really just does show you they are having their way with this lobby. This is Peterbot's world right here, and they are making it look so easy. Take a look at they hunt down more and more players here. They have enough mats to play this creative fest. They don't care.
This is just absolutely brutal what Pollo and Peterbot are doing to this lobby right now. Just so much distortion taking place as well throughout multiple layers, Monster, because it doesn't even look like a team has truly claimed height. They haven't had a chance to with the way that Peterbot and Poyo have been playing, and now Peterbot Poyo, they've been dissecting what is seeming like half of the lobby.
Oh my gosh.
Just between their edits. And again, Peterbot Poyo, the limb count is at 15, everybody.
I almost feel bad for the audience at home right now who's like, you gotta try to keep up with this. Like, Peterbot is just on a different wavelength right now. They're at 15 elims. We're just celebrating Re and Ritual's 14 elimination game. Talk about that's gonna be difficult to overcome, but Peterbot and Poyo in this lobby are just looking like a cut above the rest here. There are still so many options as well to choose from when it comes down to finding eliminations here. I'm looking at the player list of names here. So many of these users for the first time are playing in the FNCS, and it's very clear that the pressure is on right now. You know, they get to see the difference, really witness what can happen when you go against a true tier 1, a top tier competitor like Peterbot, like Poyo, players that have won FNCSs in the past, showing you guys how high the bar is set.
Yeah, right now, Peterbot and Poyo, though, saying thank you to Tragics for setting up a little bit of these high ground layers. It was before he got chopped by Peterbot and Poyo, but again, Peterbot going to work his way back down to where all the rest of the lobby is currently situated. Some of these lower layers. Nice jump around there from Shadow. Going to lead to a quick elimination. The question is, can he get back in time? No, just barely managing to get cleaned up. Unfortunate for him, took too many ticks outside of the zone. So now we're back to the Peterbot and Poyo show, everybody. 18 eliminations now. It's almost like they get one every single time we blink at this point.
It's an incredible job by Peterbot there, recognizing that that player was just about as good as his as far as the points are concerned, but someone else ends up sniping it up. Now you have Cole, A-Fly, Y-Take just on the side there. Peterbot trying to find a couple more eliminations. How big of a game can they make this? How much of a lead can they take as far as the competition is concerned? I mean, it's looking like an upper bracket spot for them. It's all but solidified 15. At this rate. This is just incredible to do in a top 250 team situation here.
People ask all the time, look, what is the difference, right, between some of the T1 pros, you would say, in Fortnite versus everyone else? And I think right now, Peterbot and Poyo, they are just a prime example of what happens when you've got so much combat experience in a lot of FNCS lobbies. Because keep in mind, these aren't even set lobbies. And Peterbot and Poyo just make it look that easy. The final elimination there will be credited to Peterbot with that head-on attack. But the lobby itself, that's almost got to be crushing to some of the other competitors here. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the mental bounce back looks for anybody that was just in Peterbot and Poyo's lobby.
A wise commentator once said, respect isn't given, it is earned. Dash MDF. Yeah, GG, well played for Peterbot and Poyo here, coming in, cleaning up house, and even in the end, they did not allow a heal off to happen. It just wasn't in the cards. It wasn't in the playbook for Peterbot and Poyo. They walk away with another win under their belt. Zeke, take me through it, man.
Woo! The 20 bomb! It finally happened! This is all I wanted! This is all I wanted, and Peterbot and Poyo deliver! Also, MDF, you can't quote yourself. Only I'm allowed to do that. Wow. Peterbot, Poyo. Okay. 23 eliminations. Crazy. Big drill. Crazy. What was going on with the pistol? What does Poyo know that we don't know? Because this led them to victory. They just kept running shots. They ran that entire lobby. And as Taco kind of said, the mental bounce back a lot of these players need to make after they kind of go back and go, yeah, 23 elimination victory royale. Our bad, Poyo, Peterbot. We did not mean to set you guys off. Our apologies. But man, these guys went off.
Yeah. Hey guys, analyst Vivid here, very, very analytical here. Let me go ahead and check my notes. I got a bunch on Peterbot and Poyo here as to why they went ahead and won this game with 23 eliminations. Let me just check my. They're just better, is what it says. I mean, there's really nothing to say. They were doing anything that they wanted. They wanted the high ground. They took it. They wanted an elimination. They would get it. I don't know what else to say, Kelly.
Okay, so with the purple pistol, you get a lot of add-ons to it, which obviously we saw him using the sight a lot with the pistol. The pistol, the purple level, has 184 DPS, which matches that of almost the purple SMG. It has a faster reload, and it actually does more structure damage than a purple SMG. So I think Poyo has kind of learned something that a lot of other players have kind of been ignoring a little bit, because what we see in an esport like this is once the meta is established, people don't like to kind of defer away from it. But when we have players like Poyo that kind of just understand the game better than most, this is what we get.
This is when we like talk about those moments, right? In tournaments like this, where there's like a meta, you know, that people are playing week to week, but then when the tournament starts, there's like a meta within the meta. Poyo is just redefining what Fortnite looks like this week, and it is all at the hands of a pistol. And you know, for them, as a great host once said, sometimes you just got to be better than everyone else. Zeke. So, you know, MDF, I feel like it's just like, dude, I hate this guy so much. Poyo Peterbot, a massive victory royale coming out here and really kind of setting the tone. Because remember, this is the last opportunity for some of these duos to go to that next stage of the FNCS. Now, all of them are looking and going, what are we supposed to do? How do we stop them from stopping us from proceeding forward? And that's just this game, Vivid. Like, if they were to continue this streak, especially when I'm thinking about people like Reek and Ritual as well, there's all these lobbies where these duos are trying and clawing their way up. And you've got these Titans just going, nope, nice try. You're going to work for it.
Oh.
Yeah, there it is, though. Peterbot and Poyo with their very big elimination game. They're actually going to take over that #1 spot on their leaderboard there. If they continue that performance throughout the day, I'm pretty certain we'll see them in the upper bracket there. But as we know, these games are always rolling, Kelly. I'm sure Ritual and Ree are also in a game right now, maybe towards the end of theirs. So they got some catch-up possibilities in that.
Yeah, there's still a lot of possibilities going on. We're starting to see some big names jump up into our top 10, but also some new names as well. And that's what I love about the new meta. Having it be 250 teams instead of 50 teams allows a lot of these lesser known teams to shine.
And keep in mind, this isn't like the final, you know, standings, right? We've got, as I mentioned before, games are kind of going on. Some of them are ending at different times. So this will continue to shape up. And once we kind of get to the end of the day, we'll have a good idea of what that final number looks like. But this was just the second game of the day, at least that we were watching. I want to see so much more of Peterbot and Poyo, but guess what? We're tuning in with Clicks and Epic Whale for this next one. They got 12 elims that game one. What can they do? And this one. Casters, take it away.
Can't help but appreciate high quality Fortnite, and right now that's all we're getting. We get to jump in with another favorite, community favorite, Epic Whale, the 6X himself, alongside the young man Clicks here. They've been putting up a great performance too. The first time we showed that leaderboard there, Taco, they were well inside the top 3, showing that they're not having an issue by any means here with the NA region, with the option of teams they're colliding against. This is off to a great start for them.
At least it's what you would expect. You see that duo. I was actually curious if Epic and Clicks were going to run into the other duo that was kind of hanging around near Lavish Lair being Clicks and Epic's originating drop spot. That's where I like to see them go the most often, and it's been on more than one occasion where I've seen teams, when they recognize the fact that they're dealing with Clicks and Epic, they'll kind of wait by the vending machine near a Lavish Lair because they'll just know what the loot path tends to look like for Clicks and Epic Whale. So good on them managing to avoid that danger for the time being. In Ritual, though, this is a duo that I think, if anything, they run towards danger. They try to create danger, even with the way that we've been seeing some of their high elimination matches.
Yeah, very opportunistic duo right here. They're going to try to find an inch and turn it into a mile. Even now, look at this, cautiously approaching teams approaching new positions, not taking this opportunity for granted, this lead that they had for granted, still putting respect on the lobby. So erring on the side of caution so far. Meanwhile, we jump in with Aviv and Bugha here. The opposite, in fact, 5 eliminations. Another pretty respectable team in front of them, Yuz and Sid. This is not a duo that doesn't have experience in top tier lobbies. This is a team that has been here before. However, Bugha and Aviv are making it look that much more simpler. They just seem to have the answers to all the questions.
And I like this as well from Aviv, kind of trying to pressure from just one layer up, while Bugha stays on the same layer as Yuz and Sid, but Bugha does eat a tag. That's going to force him into expending one of his shield potions. Does buy a little bit of time here, though, for Sid and Yuz. You tell Sid trying to make the approach, trying to see if there's maybe a flank they could possibly look to mark, but instead it's going to be Yuz still doing his best to hold the walls up against the likes of Aviv and Bugha. A little bit split, though. Bugha starting to take a little bit more of a direct path, maybe tired of hanging around here, but again, massive return damage. That's going to give Sid all the momentum that he needed to try and charge into Bugha's box, and that's where you'll see Aviv immediately transferring the medallion over to Bugha to make sure that he can regen shield at a much faster rate. Crash pad off the Flowberry Fizz, and Bugha and Aviv still chasing down Sid and Yuz, and now Sid just ate so much damage while trying to disengage, but it's Bugha who might get turned on.
Sid had 26 health and somehow manages to find a tag that takes down Bugha as well, so an equal exchange on both sides. And Sid has got to be so confused about, or sorry, Bugha's probably so confused at what just happened. Aviv with a monster shot, though. Oh my gosh. In the white tag right here, Aviv with the finish onto Yuz. What did we just witness? That was an incredible play by Aviv when it was all looking so desperate. And another one with the follow-up. Don't tell me he's going to do it again.
That is a nasty combination, though. And Aviv looks like he's just gonna go for the next lobby, though, at this point. After losing Bugha at a stage, Aviv probably thinking to himself, look, we've got other matches that we can work into. We'll queue next. We don't need to try and force it in this one. Don't think Aviv wants to do back-to-back solo clutch runs, even if he did manage a top 10 in the last one. Respectable choice. Did some serious damage, though, to some of the other teams that were rotating. Yeah.
And you know what? I just want to give a little bit of credit to Sid and Yuz, because they also had 4 eliminations already in that game. So not only did they also just have a very hot start and they were hoping to, you know, capitalize on it, but Bugha and Aviv were on the same track, and unfortunately the rotate just backfired for both of them. So they're both going to be upset. They both are essentially losers in the situation right there, which is so tough of a spot to be in right there. But hey, man, luckily, the way the format's going to work out, yeah, they can just get right back in the queue, right? They can just play it out, try to look for a win, try to capitalize somewhere else.
I wonder if they'll run into each other again, though, in the next lobby. Since they were both Eland at a relatively similar time. They're in the same queue. I would imagine, anticipate even, that those two might have an opportunity to clash yet again. But we're worried about this lobby right now. What the replay has in store for us, it's Epic going a little crazy.
We like Epic Whale. We love to see Clix winning here. Let's take a look at how they set it up. Epic even checking the flank there, making sure things are safe as they push through this team. They're very much in the mix of all the opponents starting to rotate in. So finish off that Elam nice and quick is definitely the way you want to play it out. And now trying to go for a high ground spot to see if they can secure a dub here. I like the play, but it did bring the attention of the lobby. So little reset's going to happen here. Medallions exchange, just making sure they could cap off all HP. Set themselves up for success here. And Epic still drinks the big pot, though. He's not taking any risk. He's like, nope, I'm making sure I get the help I need.
I like this as well, though, from Epic. Just trying to suppress some of the other teams a little bit further west of him. It seems as though Clix and Epic, like you were saying, they definitely have in mind we want to try and maybe play for high ground here. So we're going to prevent some of these other teams from looking to build up as well. We don't want people that are able to maintain the same layer as us, essentially. So for Epic and Clix, we'll have to tap back in shortly to see whether or not that actually works in their favor. But another team That's looking to play a little bit more mountainside, quite literally. It's Visuals and Braids in a slightly tough position here as well for Visuals because he doesn't have any crash pads, doesn't have a grapple blade. So this next rotation might be incredibly tough.
Well, for them, you know, they're more or less at the top of the mountain, so they could, you know, likely rotate with a little less resistance. But it's not going to get any easier should it come back later on.
Braids had the crash pads.
Yeah, they had one, which is not bad, but yeah, if they're using it this early, I mean, again, they only have a couple more options to rotate with. So if things start to bounce back, if things start to go up the hill, which it very likely will, like I don't see it going down to the water, but who knows? For all I know, I could have, you know, just casted the caster curse right there. We'll see.
That's how it always goes, isn't it? You think it won't, and then it does. The love and joys of commentating sometimes, but looking at one of our last lobby winners, we pan quickly over to Reet and Ritual, see what these two have been getting up to. And it's not super high on the elims yet, but we've got Ritual representing with 2. Convict could be in a tough spot here. Reet thinking about possibly pushing further down. No, instead, Reet, Ritual, they're going to stay focused on just trying to move upwards. There's just so much vertical play being involved right now with the way that these zones are pooling.
Yeah, and I respect that they want to make every game, you know, as great as possible here. Jumping with Void, though, I mean, they have high ground, they have all the metal down in the low ground. Clix and Epic Whale, the team that had legitimate stronghold over the lobby now, a little bit of a desperate situation here. Medium ammo running dry as well. So all in all, they're going to start to exhaust all their big heals. Meanwhile, Pilot going for high ground with Jack here. Might just be a fight up top. Void gets his high ground broken out. So it's an all-out battle. Ritual and Reet join the fray as well. Slow and steady. Ritual and Reet play the game until they put the foot on the gas pedal, and now it's 0 to 60 in a matter of moments before you even realize what is all happening here. They're already on height. They're already trying to secure a second victory royale, but Ritual punished in the process. The zone too powerful.
Sheesh, just enough there for Reet to get through and keep the placement dream alive. Has a moment to try and utilize that med kit, but as a result, height has been forfeited by Reet and Ritual. Looked like they were setting up for a nice take. Instead, it's gonna be Braids, it's gonna be Visuals, and everybody actually having to peel away from that last segment of high ground, because again, you gotta follow where the zones are going, and this is nasty work by the zone here, Monster.
You know what? If you're Visual and Braids, you're thinking, where did we go wrong? Like we had high ground, we had a crash pad, we had mats, then all of a sudden, silence. Like, no, we want to fight for high ground too. Like, we're not trying to go down there, down to that beach, right? Like, what is happening here? But Clix and Epic Whale have a completely different story. They're like, hey, we're happy to play this low ground right now. You come to us when you guys decide to, and now it's their territory you have to fight through. It's not an easy place to be in by any means here, and luckily for them, they find a little bit of mats, go ahead and recycle, but they're looking very desperate here. They have to edge their way out. Even Reet still playing the mid ground, not looking to give up this high ground positioning here. No one wants to go down to the low ground.
But Clix and Epic, they need a refresh more than anything. That ammo is only going to last for so long. Especially with the way that Clix was trying to challenge some of the solos hanging around the low ground. Reet, though, still doing his best to tarp his way through. Grab blade onto the cliff side. Excellent job repositioning here for Reet. Kind of got ahead of the action. Seems as though everybody else lost sight of him, and Reet with the takedown. But Gavin is just gonna barely manage to get out. Instead, it's gonna be Reet who finds himself claimed by the lobby. But Clix and Epic, still no materials here for Clix. This elim onto Josh, though, might be the refresh that they needed.
Yeah, definitely. And if Clix doesn't get some kind of mats here, I mean, he's just gonna have to fight for it, and that's what he decides to do. Fights for his own material count there. Finally, something gets generated. He still has a couple grapple hooks left, but the mats are gonna be enough to go ahead and start swinging his way up. Him and Epic desperately clinging on right now to the edge. The zone does the rest, and down goes Clicks. A side shot from Silent. The team that had the high ground managed to play it out, and that, my friends, is exactly why teams didn't want to jump down, right? In that super unfortunate position, if the zone decides to go all the way back up, Taco, you see what happens there. It's difficult. It's nearly impossible to get back up and over.
It's just nefarious work, though, by the zone to pull all the way to the edge of that shoreline and then right back over the mountain face. Only so much realistically done for the teams on height. But again, a great attempt from Clicks and Epic. They nearly found themselves the winners of this lobby, but Silent and Wangiki just one step ahead as far as the positioning was concerned, and that's as easy as could be a victory royale, but I'm sure Zeke and the analyst might have more to say.
Man, oh man, a big shout outs there. Silent and his duo partner getting themselves the victory royale, a moment for them to try and make something happen, right? Remember, some of these duos are coming in with half of the duos we're seeing compete today being new and having to put on a performance today. That victory royale paired up with the eliminations is huge for the duo.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, I saw them during 11 zone. I was like, they're on the higher ground. They're kind of making sure that they stay close to the mountain in case it does pull all the way up over top of it. And that higher ground came into play so well for them, and they played it just perfectly. As you can see, they're like, oh, listen, we got to make sure that we go over there, make sure none of these duos get above us or take our high ground, and closing it out in a 2v2 against Clicks and Epic Whale. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, and there was a moment there where Epic Whale was actually able to jump the gun on them and go to the front of zone first, but because he was just a little bit lower than Silent and Monkey, that they were able to build kind of on top of him, which gave them the advantage, and then inevitably the victory royale.
Yeah, again, just getting that, look at the points, 117. This is exactly where they want to be. We know like 160th place is kind of where that lower bracket is. So if they can kind of keep this momentum going, they could be vying for that lower bracket to keep the FNCS dream alive. Clicks, Epic Whale. I don't know how they are capable of stealing away games like this. The situation they were in, they should have been eliminated so much earlier on, and yet they held on. I mean, Clicks dropping down to 7 HP and for a while having no materials, and yet they pull out the second place. Some might say, well, they didn't get the victory out, Zeke. It's not that good. No, you don't understand. Even coming in second place from the position they were in is massive. In their book, that's as good as a win.
If we think back a couple of highlights that we just saw right there, they were on the beach. They were all the way on that shoreline, which is as far down from the top of that mountain you can possibly go. And when it came to getting second place, that last 2v2, they were all the way at the top of the mountain from 0 mats all the way down there, all the way up top. What a game.
Absolutely impressive performance. Another player that had a great performance is Reet, because he had a solo run, of course, there, and was able to grab a bunch of eliminations even when it seemed like all hope was lost for him. He was able to grab just a few more placement points by boxing up down to a sliver of a health, and even grabbed an elimination, but that was towards the end game here. It's still in the middle game right now.
Yeah, and listen, hey, big shout out to Reet and Witchrow, honestly, because, you know, we just saw a massive 23 elimination game from Peterbot and Pollo, kind of just like picking on the rest of the lobby, feeling confident with how many series points they have. But Reet and Witchrow, just 2 eliminations, making sure that they learn everything they possibly can to prepare themselves for those semi-finals in a couple of weeks, which I like to see, right? They're sticking to their game plan. They're making sure that they are playing it perfectly. And right here, oh my gosh, that player on the receiving end living with 1 HP could have been the difference for Reet going just a little bit further.
Z.
Oh, but look at the standings here. Clicks and Epic Whale fans rise up in unison as they take over that #1 spot. But take a look. Ritual and Reet. There we go. My names are all jumbled up in my head. They're still in 3rd place even after that game. So, you know, Kelly, I feel like they very well could have, if they have like some of that, you know, energy from last week, being this close, they could very well overtake that #1 spot and hold it.
It's definitely a possibility. Last week, their last 4 games were all victory royale, so we didn't really get to see the dominance until the second half of the games there. But what I noticed was Peterbot and Pollo hadn't changed their points, which makes me believe that they're probably in another end game as well. So we might see them take over Clicks and Epic Whale.
big names closing in on the top 10 there. Duke and Threats, a new duo this season, and then Baka and Pars, a returning favorite. The action has been crazy so far today, Zeke.
It has, and guess what? We have more action ready to go. We saw them get the 23 bomb. Could they make it more? Could they get another one? Let's find out as we tune in with Peterbot and Pollo.
Well, hope you're strapped in, Zeke. We don't know what is going to happen coming out of this one because Peterbot and Pollo, we already know, is completely heated up here. Coming out of that 23 elimination game, I mean, they've done enough, honestly, to secure the weekend at this point. And my gosh, Taco, look, we get to jump in, and they're at 11 already. Here's a cool part.
It's
Pollo
fourth
still
zone.
fourth zone, and they're rocking the same loadouts. Like, so it's clear now that Pollo just prefers the pistol alongside the high fire rate AR, right? They just coupled together. It's just pressure nonstop.
And it goes hand in hand. When you are so mechanically in sync, like the way Peterbot and Pollo appear to be, it's kind of difficult, I think, for even some of our most experienced teams to try and deal with the likes of Peterbot and Pollo. And we know that they have 11 eliminations, but how they got there.
You can just see them looking right now as well. Take a look at the replay here. As again, we kind of catch up to what all is happening here. If you're just tuned in for the weekend for the first time right now, you're trying to figure out what's going on. It's FNCS. I'm familiar with that, but what is this format? Yeah, there are a lot of games happening, and we're covering all of the rounds happening simultaneous right now. Essentially, the upper best of our 250 duos qualify in, and you're playing for tons of series points here to position yourself into a later bracket coming in just 2 weeks. So this weekend here, it's all about performance. It's all about how great of a weekend you can have. How well did you play last weekend, right? Where are you going to position yourself all in all? Things get a little bit more difficult in the later stages. But if you're a team like we're following with Peterbot and Pollo in particular, you saw what they were doing, Taco. They are just running box to box, shooting at boxes. They're not letting anyone get comfortable. If you're isolated on the edges, they want to take a clean fight.
Man, it's almost a little bit of a 180 in comparison to what Rapid and Batman Booga were getting up to. But
Look at this.
it's resource farming. Pollo and Peterbot, they just have other methods that they like to utilize for their resource farming, and that is simply eliminating other players. Chubbs and Bryce, though, that's not an easy duo to just instantly topple over. Pollo, Peterbot, they've got their work cut out for them, and they've got to be careful here because look at the likes of Bryce and Chubbs. There is definitely opportunity for this to go south rather quickly if Peterbot and Pollo aren't careful.
Yeah, Peterbot is definitely the one that's going to play up in the front lines, in your face, trying to take the walls, do the shock and exchanges, right? The heavy hitter. Pollo is the pressure. I would love to see a follow-up breakdown here, maybe sometime later in the week by Vivid, to really just give us the dynamics of this team comp. What makes this team work? What is it about this loadout that seems to, again, play into the favor of the playstyles? Because so far, they've been doing a great job. And look, even recognizing, hey, you know what? This might be a tier 1 team. Let's just back out. They played that really well. There's easier fish we could fry up right now. And that's what they're trying to do. Just looking for other opportunities.
You know what else it is? Because they both have the grapples, they're utilizing the flow berries, not the flow berry fizz. You'll see other teams. Granted, flow berry fizz is nice, but I saw Peterbot with, I believe, 6 flow berries, which is max stack, and then we saw Pollo with, I believe, 5. He just expended one, if I'm not mistaken. But it's the fact that they both have 12, and they heal both of you for 15 shield. That's kind of nice as far as the effect as well. It's still really effective because the flow berry fizz, obviously, you take it for the gravity. And full berries, I mean, you get shield regen, you get 20 seconds of that floatiness. It's definitely a pretty nice trade-off.
Yeah, especially when they're trying to capitalize on grapple hooking across additional mobility, right? So really just building to their strengths, of building an offensive loadout. And
a lot more aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, watching it play out is very, very nice. Jumping in with Sphinx and Pump, though, much different situation. They try to find a fight, didn't quite play out, and they're just gonna kind of settle out here. On the other side, it's not looking so so lovely here if you're Snacky and Possessed. Actually, I take that back. Look at the load. They're capped out. I thought they were running from some problems, but no, they're just trying to stay away from the storm at this point. All is well for the duo here. 4 elims. Good material count. It's pretty good for this team here, Taco.
For sure, in this current match, it seems as though maybe the other lobbies that they've been involved in, if it's 1 or 2 at this point, might have been a little bit more tricky to work with. So Snacky, Possessed, maybe looking to see if they can boost their position a little bit here. Instead, it's going to be Snacky loses Possessed in that last box fight. And I call it a box fight, but Snacky, he never really even got to be involved. Just unfortunately, he had to watch his duo get elim cleanly, and now Snacky forced to just do what he can to try and be a solo, try and box up, already investing a little bit of metal here as well. Because of the fact that he's a solo, he wants to try and protect himself as much as possible.
It's one of those things where, you know, it's a little too quiet. It's kind of a problem. That just means everyone has options of looking around, gathering information, and for Possessed, I mean, they just scouted him out. All the teams are already set up. He walked into a bit of a trap there, a fly's nest, if you will. For Chubbs and Bryce, we saw them take on the wrath of Peterbot and Boyo there just a moment ago, and it cost them a fair amount of their materials. So not the prettiest position to be in, but not the worst either. They do still have a good amount of heals here and a fair amount of material to work with.
But it might not be exactly what they were hoping to leave that last exchange with. This is a familiar sight, though. Peterbot, Poyo, absolutely running down other players in the lobby. And Peterbot just having his way with this lobby now, alongside of Poyo, Renesha, and Maruga. They've got to be careful. They're seemingly teed up to be the next victims, depending on how Poyo and Peterbot handle this.
Well, let's watch it. 12 elims right now, looking to continue to ramp up here. Should be another monstrous game. Should they cap out the material counts here? If they don't win this fight, it's going to be a troublesome end game. But all in all, the pendulum is swinging very much in their favor right now, at least from a surface glance.
Wait, you see the above damage threshold? Just looked over.
It's terrible.
This is disgusting by Peterbot and Poyo in the best way possible, of course, but they are not the only team stuck in this engagement. Peterbot, you know, it's all fun and games up until you eat some massive blast from somebody else. So many teams.
And notice, Boyo's like, oh, my teammate's hurt. Maybe I should get on over to his box. Peterbot was doing all that solo. Guys, like, he didn't have Boyo next to him. Boyo was off on his own little witch hunt looking for elims too, so the sheer amount of confidence to break up apart from one another and try to find fights and comfortably do so and then just bounce back to your teammate, I mean, that alone tells a story on its own. So, you know, again, it's just another big game for them, and there's nothing no one can really do about it.
And they don't have to get greedy either. Once they recognize, okay, there's way too much heat taking place inside of these edits, that was their cue to bail. They don't have to stick around much longer. And granted, even with them disengaging, Peterbot and Poyo likely just positioning themselves elsewhere that they could still look to attack other solos or duos. It really just depends on who encounters them first at this rate. But Ducky Slam Jam and Encrypted just trying to do their best right now to just slide their way. Actually moves a little bit more towards center zone here. And Ducky and Encrypted, honestly, not a half bad position for them to sit.
I like the spot, right? Utilizing the additional gravity boost with the grapple up. You really do get to see how much more further you know, drive you get out of it. It's very, very nice, especially in a position like this where the lobby is, you know, kind of cut down a significant amount. There's not much obstruction in your way. We're jumping over to Sphinx and Pump, though. Another one of our very much experienced teams here in the game. And they're on the front side of zone, sitting on their first elimination set right there, and the loot is very much available for them. Fortunately, Sphinx blocks his teammate on an accident, but I think everything's all right.
For Sphinx, though, considering what he He's probably considering if he should drop that Reaper since he didn't have any more heavy ammo for it. Maybe he's bankrolling on the fact that they might run into a box or something where there just happens to be some heavy ammo lying around that nobody else decided to collect. We know how crazy it can be when the congestion starts to build. Some of these lower layers. Poyo, though. Peterbot. Poyo especially finishing what he'd started off a little bit earlier there. Bryce could not escape the clutches of Poyo after all. And now Peterbot, Poyo alongside each other. Just where to next, but they are so content to just hang around these mid-ground layers and said no. Rotating even deeper with everybody else. I want to make sure they don't get too far behind the action.
I'll be honest, I think Peterbot's seeing all these wood walls and he just can't help himself. He can't contain himself. I'm sure he's looking to jump into another box. Meanwhile, Batman Booga's like, bruh, I'm struggling out here. You got 14 elims, I barely got 2. I'm just trying to hold on. He's got the math, but no teammate. Rapids down. So one of the few FNCS duos that have come in, paired up with one another, not looking to try anything too drastic. I like how Batman Booga's still willing to fight for the territory, dude. Not afraid to get his hands dirty here. Poyo does manage to fall here, so Peterbot, bit of a desperate situation. 8 builds left here to work with. He's going to need a refresh if he wants to stay alive any much longer. Might just be the opportunity right in front of him. There it is. That's a duo, though. Does have a teammate.
Not anymore.
Money gone falls. Yeah.
Hasn't slowed down either. Maduga, wrong place, wrong time. That's the wrong person to take some
Hit a
shots
med
at.
kit. Wow.
Peterbot is an animal sometimes when it comes to displacing players in the low ground.
No way. Oh, I thought that was another wood wall in front of him. He's going to get the 2 elims right there. So close, yet so far. But there it is. Finds the weakened wall. The 146 on the healthy player of the 2. And it might just be a matter of moments here before he gets the follow-up. And reading the zone perfectly. There's no pressure on him right here. 100 tag in the box. Edits his way out. He's just that mechanical. That's what we talked about. Sometimes there are just, you know,
He has 4 medallions right now.
Of difference. What does that do for him? What does 4 medallions do for him?
It
I don't
puts
even know.
his shield to 85.
Like what?
If he gets the last medallion, he can actually full
my
regen
God.
his shield. Right now, he's just getting the 5 tick, getting that shield regen back up to 85. But Peterbot, he's still going. Just a one-man army at this point. Absolutely
Oh my
nasty
gosh.
with the precision. He's got duos on the run.
It's incredible. Like, he doesn't even hit a shot, and I'm already impressed. And then when he does hit the shot, it's just like icing on the cake at this point. Look at him follow up and run down teams. That's another 2-piece, 12 elims now. Looking to get 20 secured on his own here. Fought his way into the top 10. Just a run. Just an absolute incredible run Peterbot just went on right now. And yeah, he may fall, but at the end of the day, he earned more points in just that streak of eliminations than most of these teams are in this end game right now. Sphinx with a beautiful shot here. It's up the pump. Clutch moment right now. 8 HP, not enough to stay alive though, Taco.
But Ducky Slam Jam, we saw him a little bit earlier on. A nice clutch there as well, finding that final elimination. But the problem now is if the Tick has the med kits, and he does, that's going to be a heal off to finish things off for this lobby in particular, MDF. But what we witnessed as far as solo clutch runs were concerned, that was an absolute masterclass effort by Peterbot.
Yeah, I don't even know if clutch is the right word. Like, it's almost unfair. Even with the amount of medallions he had, he was worth a player in its own, just starting to stack up his health. Man, what a game there. Luckily for the Tick, though, the threat was eliminated long before he had to worry about it. And there it is. He sat back with 3 med kits, gets himself a wonderful victory royale alongside the regrets there. And you know they're going to be happy about that one, Zeke. But what another monstrous game we just got to witness.
I don't know. I don't think they can be stopped. I don't think, you know, okay. We'll get to that moment. The Tick, regrets, victory royale. congratulations to y'all. Y'all pulled out a VR, especially now, especially under all this pressure. I'm super proud of y'all. And again, going to that like heal off, and that's first off the fastest heal off I think we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because the last guy's like 6 HP, like, you know what? If you've got it, you've got it. But still, listen, we're trying to get these duos with this last opportunity, right? They're trying to put pieces together to keep that FNCS dream alive. And for them, the victory route in this moment is the supercharge that they need.
Yeah, that was a very good win for them right there, right? You know, getting a victory out of that can be all the difference when it comes to experience. They kind of learn how some of these lobbies kind of play out, right? Experience that end game, learn the timings and everything like that. And right there, we saw still 3 more med kits available to work towards that heal off win as well. So very well timed, very good job on keeping and making sure that you had all of those heals necessary.
Yeah, it's fun watching these crazy high elimination games, but when it comes down to it, you need 30 eliminations to even match a victory royale. I think possibly even more. So, although yes, high elimination games are great, if you can grab that victory royale, regardless of what way you do it, that's your priority.
Absolutely. Okay. Peterbot, Oyo, what are you guys doing? Calm down, okay? Leave some of the lobby for everybody else. How on earth is it possible that as a solo, he is directly not only fighting every other duo on his layer, but above, below? Peterbot's like, no. You think that I'm trapped in here with you? No, you're trapped in here with me. Now run. Like, what is this man made of?
I don't know. I mean, on a serious note, like Peterbot, he's just so good at fighting, considered one of the most mechanical players in the world. And a lot of that comes down to the amount of pressure that he is able to maintain, whether it be a 1v1 or, like Taco mentioned, a 1v2, right? Had a duo running from him because the amount of pressure that he can apply so well, fast, effectively, it's unmatched. And seriously, like, has to be the best mechanical player in the world.
Something that Taco also said was that he had 4 medallions, which allowed his shields to regen up to 85. And on top of that, he had arguably the best mythic in the game, Nisha Striker AR, that has a whopping 235 DPS. So he was set up for victory, and we saw what happens when you give him all the tools to succeed. But another team that was succeeding there that I like to talk about is Batman Booga.
Of course you would. Of course you're bringing up these old NA West players. All right, Kelly, let's hear it.
Listen, Batman Booga is an incredible player, and to see how he's evolved from the NA West days and to still control and dominate now, grabbing not too many eliminations, but still able to kind of control the low ground here, Vivid.
Yeah, Batman Booga on the grind for sure, and some of this low ground's very, very hard to actually control. Eventually ends up going down there, ran out of mats, so not much left for him to work with, but that solo clutch, getting those just a couple more points, always worth it. But Zeke, no surprise. I mean, look who's in first place.
Dude, 43 eliminations. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
They literally looked at Reet and Ritual last week and they're like, all right, bet. You guys one-upped us? No, it's fine. We're going to come up and we're going to one-up you. Now, of course, if we just look at this top 10, I mean, Clicks and Epic. Well, you've got Ritual there. Remember, Sharkman and Elsa, they won that game not too long ago that we watched. I mean, this is starting to get out of control very quickly. And what's interesting to me is one of the stats we kind of pointed out, or saw rather, is that a lot of these top end teams, they actually had like less points overall. So there's a more like of a spread of the points. But in NA, that's not really happening. We're starting to see some of these bigger end players pull away very quickly.
Yeah, it's scary for some of these teams that are looking to grab some of these points, right? They got to be comfortable at the top of the leaderboard. So if you get into a lobby with them, I would be a little worried.
Yeah, I'm worried as well, but I'm excited to see what we got going on next.
Well, Kelly, we're hopping on with Reed. We're hopping on with Ritual. Let's see what they can do in this next game. Taco, MDF, over to you guys.
Well, there we have it. We get to continue on the hype train here with Reet and Ritual. They started the day off explosive, and now things have settled out a bit, but still picking up wins seems to be on the menu for Reet and Ritual here. Another great game for them so far.
So far, that's for sure. But if you were to do it in comparison to how week number 1 went with them, I'm almost curious if this is Reet and Ritual. They kind of understand, hey, last week we went ballistic. We got our series points, okay? Upper bracket, basically confirmed for Reet and Ritual, and I think we might be seeing them kind of slow it down a little bit as a result. You know what they say, like you don't want to just keep gas put on the pedal the whole time, burn out a little bit, but burnout is the last thing on Reet and Ritual's minds here. Scoped and Tragics in a fickle position up against the likes of Reet and Ritual, and Reet making quick use of Valeria's Mythic. Hyper SMG definitely going a little crazy there for him. That was a nice couple of elims.
Great set of elims. Now we jump over to a pretty desperate position for Shadow and Walkers here. It's going to cost them everything they have in the inventory. Group and Lucify also set the reset up. So both sides fared off a lot of punishment here at the Ruin Reels. Not exactly a type of battle you want this early in the game. Very little bit of room to work with, but it looks like Pride's going to keep them around. So as opposed to jumping out when they have the chance to, they go for the full reset and they say, you know what? I need your loot. Like, I don't want to waste time farming up, and in the distance, the team sees the fight going on here, and they might just be jumping on in here shortly. So if they don't wrap this up quickly, it's going to come down to the wire, and there it is. Walkers does the rest.
I think Walkers might have heard you. If not, definitely Shadow probably thanking his teammate for clutching that one out. A really aggressive attempt, though. But Walker's definitely able to pull fast on everything. Threats and Duke. The possible sneaky play. Can't really tell. Threats might just be waiting for Duke to do something else. Doesn't appear as though Threats really has much intention. I thought for a second that they were just sitting around waiting to see if another team would run up on their building, but no. Even though there are duos close by to where Threats and Duke are currently situated at Snooty Steps. Seems as though right now it's kind of just up in the open whether or not Duke and Threats want to do anything here. Seems as though they're cool to just sit by.
Yeah, and you know, again, while that's all unfolding, there's battles happening everywhere here. Reet and Ritual, 3 elims when we tuned in. Jumps on into the box, makes it look easy, finds the 4th, finds the 5th, wraps him up, packs him up, sends him out the door. Express shipping to the lobby is what we're watching go down. Meanwhile, Skittles and Trashy, okay, a first for us here on the desk to get a little coverage on the young Skittles and Trashy, a very much beloved team of the Fortnite community. Years and years of experience under their belts. It's going to secure them their 5th elim now. Coming into Zone 5 here shortly. So we're going to start edging our way into the late game. All these isolated edge battles are going to be coming to a close here shortly.
But that means teams like Skittles and Trashy, who might be rotating into zone a little bit later than most, they've got to be careful because it's definitely no guarantee that you're safe. The moment that you come up to the edge of that zone, I think Trashy, Skittles, maybe just farming out a couple more resources because they're aware, I think, of what lies ahead. So we'll have to tune back in with this duo a little bit later on, see how they're faring.
I was just gonna say, I respect a little min-maxing, you know, went down to fish the floppers and just bring those all the way in and stay max HP. It's the little things, you know?
Hey, gotta hold the med kits. We've seen how impactful they are when it comes to the final moments of some of these lobbies. Even though I don't think heal off has been as repetitive as what I was watching earlier in EU, but I think it's just because of the sheer fact that here in NA, a lot of these players just going so dummy aggressive in those final moments, not really giving anybody a chance to look for the heal off opportunity.
This lobby in particular is probably the most contested or congested one, I guess I should say. Jumping into Ignalai though, beautiful shot right there. Ignalai made his debut just a couple seasons ago in, you know, really showing us that he's one of the young up-and-comers of the community and continues to make appearances like that. I'd like to see it as he continues to trend upwards. Meanwhile, got Day and Redux here.
Yeah, definitely no foreigners to the competitive environment. There's Redux and Day. situated in a decent spot right now. I mean, with 3 eliminations, they probably got ample surge damage, but Reet and Ritual, I mean, I'm sorry. I should not have said that you guys are taking it easy by any means, because we have just seen elimination after elimination 3 times over now for Reet since that moment occurred. Not even 5 minutes ago, MDF. So, yeah, Ritual definitely feeling pretty good at this point. I mean, practically max builds. That's basically exactly where you would want to be. And now it's going to come down to whether or not Reet and Ritual see how much of this lobby they can continue to control, and just hoping to keep things in their favor.
Look at this possible battle here with the very good walkers in Shadow. Both sides are pretty fired up. You know, you had me second guessing, like, man, are Reet and Ritual just like trying to, you know, execute strategy for like what the upper and lower brackets, you know, like for next week, like are they trying to like put some kind of rotation into practice, and then all of a sudden we tune in, they're back to 7 elims, like, maybe not. Right? Maybe not. Maybe that first game was a monstrous game, and you know that just happened, and then they're trying to slow things down. But nope, it looks like they are trying to gun for first place right now, because they're pressuring opportunities as they come.
Again, shots being fired every which way. But as of right now, just seemingly trying to get the upper hand.
Bronos, Mayu's on the move right now. Above the surge, so we actually have an active surge here. This is looking like a rarity at this point in the day. But we embrace it. We embrace this stacked lobby that these players have found themselves in. If you're Bronos and crew, you definitely got to try to find an elim. I like how we're seeing this new resurgence of this bird skin.
Everybody, dude. Everyone is rocking.
Was it a V?
Yeah,
Like,
a V
who
had
did
it.
it?
Skittles as well, I believe.
Yeah.
Saw him at one point. And it's also like the different outfit color variations I've been a big fan of. But you know, you gotta find fun in the little things, right? I've yet to see a duo that was rocking it back to back though. It was always one.
There's always one guy in the team that's like, nah, bro, you could be as serious as you want. I'm having fun this weekend.
Like, they're gonna know exactly where I'm at, whether you want them to or not. But hey, if you got the weapon play to back it up, can't blame them in the slightest. And that's something as well as we're checking in here now with Pilot and Jack. Seems as though they've had a little bit of a slower start to this lobby, but definitely still holding their own. They got Solo approaching them, but Solo's the least of concerns right now. As far as Ziggy and Phenom are concerned, they're just trying to get above that damage threshold. A desperate attempt here out of Ziggy, but it will lead to some promise. Now only 15 below the damage threshold, but he's got to keep things moving. And finally, that elimination will take him just above, but having lost his duo mate Phenom in the process, not looking like he's going to have an opportunity. He's just going to have to play this one out as a solo, but at least as a solo, he's able to collect another elimination here onto El Scruba.
Yeah, Phenom is done and dusted. Ziggy's just going to have to figure this one out here. Zone's going to start to slide in. I mean, I don't know how I feel about the early rotate. Maybe it would have made sense to let things cool off and heal in the zone, but he's just going to go for it with the pressure on his back right now. It's going to cost him everything and then some. Still no moment of opportunity here. The zone catches up. It's moving so fast. It's got such a long way to go. Here comes a shot from the mountain. Somehow it all misses. What? Hello? Oh my gosh. Looks around, finds a player, but we all know there's nothing there to give you HP on the elimination. So down he goes to the lobby, on to the next. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Back on over to Reet and Ritual, though, who do have to, they have to hit a reset.
But again, they have more than enough time to reset when they are 1,200 damage above the damage threshold currently taking place here. Double mythics as well right now for Reet. Curious if that means that Reet and Ritual are in control of 2 medallions. If so, that might mean that each of them has 1. If they're willing to split it as a duo, which I'd imagine would be the shot call there for the 2 of them. But Reet and Ritual kind of just doing their own thing. Ritual, I think, keeping tabs on some of the teams off to the side, and Ritual, big pump blast onto one of these duos. And then an immediate draw back to Reet. Wants to make sure that he never really pulls too far away from his duo, despite the fact that they're both kind of attacking separate boxes.
Definitely respect the textbook decision there. On off the new zone here. Things are looking a little bit critical here. Ritual have to slow down. Give things a moment to breathe here. Continue to inch their way in, right? They're taking their time right now. Respectfully so. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Day and Redux also on the outskirts here. Much different strategy for them. No shields to bounce back either, so not the greatest spot to be in.
But they do have a decent amount of materials, so at least by having the builds relatively high, Redux Day, they could possibly look for an aggressive opportunity, maybe a third-party instance, especially here in the low ground layers. You'd have to expect some of the congestion to start building as the zone continues to close, as it starts to move as well. I think is going to create some nice opportunity for some of those low ground teams to kind of catch somebody else off guard. I mean, we have seen a couple of solos trying to work their way through things. Reet, though, taking care of one of them. Elimination feed reading off onto Tragics, but it's Shadow who's in a whole world of hurt here as he gets picked off and waits for the next cue. But Reet and Ritual, again, just a team holding so strong, waiting. They can just keep tarping through this low ground for what feels like forever.
Yeah, I like what we're watching here. You know, just different moments of greatness, different areas of strength and strategy coming into play. You're duking threats, though. You're definitely on, the edge right now. Very little builds here to work with. Elimination picked up on the rotate there. He'll take the zones to support. But all in all, something's got to give here. He's going to start running out of mats fairly quickly. Looking for elims. Needs one. There it is. Finds one. Tries to box him up. Just barely misses. But that's what they want. They want a big elimination here on the low ground. Even if it's just an extra 150 mats. That's a zone's worth of material.
Nice job still from Redux and Day. Might have to bite my tongue here in a moment. No, instead, Redux still gonna hold strong. Finds those small shield potions. Didn't get a chance to pick them up. Not sure if Day might have taken them in his place, but Day and Redux still needing a little bit more damage than what they'd probably like. They've got ample white heals, but again, it's just whether or not, no, it's not even a question about what Day might do, because Day is down. It's gonna be up to Redux here to try and hold strong. No shield, though, for the solo in front of him. Redux as well loses just about everything on this exchange. Does get that elimination, though, onto Ames, but at what cost here for Redux? His threats simultaneously losing Duke, but still managing to find a couple of elims in the process.
It was to the hands of Reet and Ritual there. Reet, this is his game right now. 10 elims for the duo here to catch them back up, making up for lost time. Their second game wasn't the biggest. They just had 6 elims, but look at that. Picking up that average score by a fair margin right now. We talked about it. The placement points are so much more pivotal if you want to continue to stay up at the top. We're talking about a team that's well inside the top 5, right? But if you want to trend your way up to first place, you want to catch up to the likes of those at the top. I mean, there's like a 50-point gap from where he sits, so wins are going to be necessary. For Skittles, though, he's going to jump in front, desperate to find anything. The Flowberry Fizz support here, the berries allowing him to bounce all around.
Drive-by medallion.
Yeah, possibly. Something's happening here.
But Skittles, there's so many builds here, MDF, and they're just not his. Skittles doing what he can to try and break through, but it's going to be right into the loving hands of Ritual and Reet. Just absolutely more than happy to wait for anybody to keep working their way through these low ground layers. It's just Reet and Ritual dominating the low ground and not letting anybody pass through.
Like I said, and I like when they started to kind of pivot into this playstyle. They slowed things down. Once they got to endgame, they committed to a layer, and they just said, hey, you know what? Things are a little chaotic right now. Let the lobby simmer down a bit. Let us get to endgame, and anyone that came their way, they took care of it. They handled business. For Hector, who's on high ground, and his teammate Rez is down, and now Reek slows to play for the win here, goes for the heal off. A surprising decision that might be the winning one. It's very close between him and Flitz, but he's got the secondary heal. But Flitz has got an extra one. So it might just come down to Reet having to find him in the process. And I mean, he pulls it out. This is it.
But does Reet actually know?
Oh, so close.
Respect the effort, though. It was definitely a solid attempt to not let it resort to a heal off there for Flitz. But Flitz, calm and steady. That's sometimes all it takes, and he played to his strength, which was just banking on having more medkits than anybody else.
Yeah, but still, a crazy run for Reet and Ritual. So many points in the second place is just, you know, going to continue to solidify them up towards that top 3. We get to run it back one time, see how V Flitz picks up his first victory out of the weekend across the day with RBW. That's a well-played win either way. Really showing you that you can do this, showing you that you can play in these strong lobbies and take a win there, Zeke.
You know, Monsters, sometimes that's all you need, right? You just need to get that victory out, just energize you in a duo and just kind of get you over the line and keep moving forward. For the duo, though, having that extra med kit, just taking that extra time, pick up, making sure you have 3, saying if we go to the heal off, we're going to be prepared for it. Those extra points, especially when we're looking at tiebreakers, even now being at the halfway point, Vivid, those could really add up very quickly.
Yeah, I like the fact that you bring up the halfway point, right? We already mentioned earlier on that the pressure is on. You got to go ahead and secure your spot in the upper bracket, the lower bracket. The fact that we are halfway through this competition, halfway through the opportunity to go ahead and get as many series points as you possibly can. We're closing in on the end here, Kelly.
We are closing in on the end, but some players have better ends than most. And what we got to see here from Arby and Flitz is that I believe Arby was actually able to save Flitz in the final moment, which definitely worked out for them because Flitz was able to grab that other med kit and go for the heal off against someone like Reet, which, you know, if it was a 1v1, Reet may have won that game. I can't, you know, predict the past anymore, but congratulations to Flitz and Arby for grabbing their first victory royale.
Again, sometimes it's all you need, right? Instills a bunch of confidence, and you know, look, hey, if we can take away a victory out and under these circumstances, we can go. We can keep pushing over that line and hopefully make it to the semifinals. This being the halfway point, though, we have to talk about a bunch of stuff we're seeing. I mean, again, if you're just tuning in, you've missed. There's a couple of Titans that have just got a chokehold on these lobbies, Reet and Ritual being one of them. I don't know how we combat this duo, right? They just affect the lobby at every single moment. It doesn't matter if one of them is playing solo or they're combined or they have literally nothing in their inventory. They are still somehow taking every single advantage they have and forcing the lobby to like play the way they want them to play.
And you're just talking about having nothing in their inventory. What about the 2 mythics that Ree has going into the end game right there, right? Some of these eliminations that they're finding in the mid and early game are helping them out so much. But honestly, something that I wanted to point out is, look, when they're going through these end games, look at their white HP. Both of them, 100 on both of them, which means that, listen, no storm plays are being made, right, when it comes to those end games, whereas everybody around them seemingly was on like less than half. So they're already preparing themselves for that heal off. Now, of course, we already saw how that game ended up playing out, right? They ended up losing the heal off, but the mindset to be ready to actually go for that victory royale, that's what I like to see.
And that mindset is what is going to get them up into that first place spot. Ritual and Reet with 225 points, but Clicks fans rise with Epic Whale, of course, in second place. And then we already know Peterbot and Poyo in third place. But I do want to go back to Ritual and Reet real quick, where last week we saw them grab 5 victory royales, and every single victory royale was won from high ground, where it looks like Reet and Ritual have kind of switched their play style a little bit, and they're sticking to the low ground. And I think because of that, they're in a lot more fights that do damage to them, and then they're going to be healing, and they had less med kits because of that. Clearly, they're grabbing a lot more eliminations, but that does mean that their win condition of of Ritual staying on high ground to heal while Rico's down has kind of been taken away from them. So I think that's kind of the reason why we're seeing less victory royales from them, but more eliminations.
Sure, I like you bring up this win condition, because for Peterbot Pollo, their win condition is just W key. Go in, find a box, go in, take all of their stuff, and fight for the W. I mean, again, and Pollo doing this all with the pistol, which, again, we just traditionally don't see this happen, right? A lot of times we see an AR or a shotgun and a sniper rifle, but for some reason, Pollo has really gravitated to this pistol this week. And I want to kind of catch up with them. So like maybe, you know, during semifinals or finals, we can have the answer. But for the duo, especially dropping basically 220 bombs in just the first half of the competition, these guys are in peak performance.
Yeah, I mean, the 23 elimination win definitely opened up everybody's eyes, surprised everybody for sure. But hey, listen, we've talked about it time and time again, the most mechanical duo for sure. And they're coming out, they're coming to show everybody why people are kind of saying that about them. And honestly, you know, watching through some of these games, through some of the highlights, it just makes sense that they're finding so many eliminations. It feels like every single peak that they make, the amount of pressure that they're able to apply as a duo, it's just unmatched.
The real MVP is that pistol. Let's be honest. Pollo coming out with 15 eliminations there, and almost every single one of them was with the pistol. I'm imagining, if not even just later today at the end of the tournament, but probably during semifinals, we're going to be seeing more people using the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, when he's putting up performances like that and applying the amount of pressure they are applying with what seems to be like that pistol, you know, again, the meta within that meta, we're going to see more pistols coming out for sure. Let's take a look at the standings. And as far out as top 30, I kind of want to start to gauge where things are at. We kind of saw here, this top 3 looks unbelievable, right? Ritual, Blix, Epic Whale, Peterbot. But now as we kind of start to move out, I wanted to see these point thresholds as well, and maybe just call out a few people. You know, you've got a couple people like 13th place, Acorn and Cold, right? Veterans in the scene. You've got Blake and Macwood in 16th, Muzz and Paper there in 18th. And now we're starting to see 139 points being that top 20.
Yeah, and listen, I'd like to see Acorn and Cold up there. If we take a look at their point breakdown, only 90 placement points, but 29 eliminations. So it looks like Cold and Acorn have been very, very aggressive on the day. I don't think we've been able to see any of them throughout the day so far, but I'm also seeing Cooper and Miro right there in 17th place. So it's good to see both of those duos kind of climbing up towards the top of the leaderboard, and hopefully we'll be able to check them out in one of these games.
Ooh, and the final page here, we got Duke and Threats in 22nd place. Quanti and Bilo, love to see them in our top 30 right now, of course. But also, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, a lot of new duos, a lot of new opportunities for a new shining star in North America to show off their ability.
I'm starting to think, okay, so like obviously we've had some duos coming out of last week, right? About half of the players we're seeing compete today played last week, so likely they're somewhere in that either lower or upper bracket. But for someone like, an example, Cooper, Miro, that aren't like in that top 10, which is kind of where I expect them to be, I almost feel like they're just flying under the radar. David, do you feel like that's maybe the case? Like they're just chilling, they don't want to bust out all the stops just yet, right? They're not quite like a Reet and Ritual or these guys in the top 3. They're just like full guns blazing, but they're like, yeah, we're here as well. Like, you guys do what you got to do. Victory Royales, y'all ham it up, but we're kind of keeping the secrets for those semifinal rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a really good week 1 qualifier, right, you already, accumulate so many series points, and then just making it into round 4 in week number 2, that alone is putting a lot of these top duos very, very close to that upper bracket already. So a lot of them probably feeling pretty comfortable, not necessarily going in and, trying to expose some of their strategies maybe, and probably just having some fun throughout some of the games, right, queuing up and maybe trying some new things out as well if they have the opportunity to do that.
I will say Cooper and Miro, obviously an incredible team. They are the reigning global champions, but I don't think that they're kind of flying under the radar. I think actually that they are better performers in set lobbies. I think when they know who they're going to be going up against and what the rotations look like, they have a lot better of a plan. But with this being non-set lobbies, that they're not having any difficulties. They're still top 30, but that they aren't in the position that they need to be in to get into the first place spot.
Kelly, I like this breakdown, and I do want to talk more about this. But guess what? Games are ready to go. So we'll come back to this point later on. Right now, though, Degen and Larson is the duel we'll be hopping on board with. So let's send it over to your casters. It's Monster D-Face and the Best Taco.
That's what we're going to see a lot of widespread coverage here on the FNCS main broadcast. So far, so good for Degen and Larson. They find themselves right in the middle of a fight. Put the eliminations aside, put the early game activity aside. It's going to be their first true battle now. And look, it's already cost them all of their heavy material here, Taco. Sitting on no metal, very little brick, and you know, a dream essentially in front of them. They need this refresh.
But that's exactly why Larson and Degen are probably going to be more inspired at this point to try and chase down this refresh. You kind of can't just walk away from this one. After a certain point of investment, all right, Monster, you just have to fully commit, because otherwise it's going to take Larson and Degen a decent bit of time to really work the materials back up. But not only that, but to try and do it safely is the real challenge.
Yeah, you can see Larson's like, wait. They're gone.
They're gone.
We did all that, and they're gone. He checked every single box, took every wall that he could, and unfortunately, yep, no refresh for them. And that's going to be a troublesome situation to put themselves in. We jump in with Chaos Game Live and Tro now. T-Row, not bad by any means here, just on the outer edge. They have a bit of a move to make. It's still early in this game, though, right? A lot of time to work with. But plenty of duos as well here, so threats all in the vicinity. Quite literally, two teams here to their left-hand side. They pop the wall. There's another team now shooting in, so the team that's right in front of them said, wait, you shot at me? No, I'm gonna shoot at you. And they end up turning on the gasoline here, and they're trying to light a fuse, light the fuel up. This is not good for Chaos Gaming. Eclipse and Pofi push back pretty aggressively, to be honest.
Doesn't seem as though Chaos Gaming was anticipating what truly lied ahead inside of some of these boxes, and now because of it, again, some resources going to be expended as far as the shield potions are concerned. And now Chaos Gaming, Trow, kind of faced with a little bit of an ultimatum here as to whether or not they want to try and push a little bit deeper into some of these boxes, maybe see if they can find a true 2v2 engagement exclusively against Yana and Eclipse, but that's not going to be super easy to come by, because I'm sure if things start popping off in those edits, you can expect another team nearby to maybe mosey on over, see if there's a way they can look to punish both of those teams even further.
No curiosity here, though, for Tavern and NG. They're just trying to max out material, play for an end game here down at the Snooty Steps. Other teams are already moving on out of the POI. Wait, someone doubles back. Might be catching visual cues of the duo utilizing the grapples here. And yep, there's a team just to the left there. So bit of a scramble, bit of a mix-up. Tavern doesn't want to stick around here, though. Edgy, not content with the positioning right now. They have a lot of work to continue to put in, man, if they want to make this end game and be comfortable at it, right? Not just get there, but have a winning chance, winning opportunity. On the other side, Me Too, Shonya on the move right now, gonna play the bush here. Nice spot to be in. Also pretty desperate. You just start weighing out the material count in general. So also gonna need a little bit more as well if they want to be comfortable for the end game. But a couple of elims here, so it's not for nothing, Taco.
Yeah, they've at least got 4 eliminations that they've managed to cook up in this lobby, and Me Too trying to see if he can create another one. Some players
that's nice,
just trying to glide away into the distance.
Close.
Nice shield crack there, though. And now, Me Too whipping out that Reaper. Lots of ammo as well to use on this sniper. That's solo in between Me Too, Shonya, and the other duo that Me Too and Shonya were just shooting at. That's a really concerning predicament.
Just got to keep that low profile right there. Can't attract the static. Here we have Poppy Blast and Zyro on the move right now, though. Luckily for them, they did have the rift. The island was completely secure. They're a team that's surprisingly above the surge with just the 2 elims. So
you see that
kind of
jump?
goes. Yeah, I was just gonna say, but it kind of goes to show, right? Looking at the 60 or so players alive, this is a fairly stacked game we're moving into. This is now, starting to become a trend. I feel like as we're getting to the back half of the tournament, right? You start really weighing your situation in the game. You're like, wait, I gotta play better. Like I need to not try to WQ right now. And in fact, I need to play some points.
But that's the last thing that some of these other teams are trying to give looked as though Ziggy really wanted to take up this fight up against the likes of Poppy Blast and Zyro. And if Zyro and Poppy aren't careful, they might find themselves getting eaten up by the likes of some of these aggressive duos that have been all over each of these lobbies today. And also, I mean, just in the ones that we spectated, it's largely been, you know, the high roller veteran names that we're familiar with, but I like seeing players like Ziggy and Falm kind of just try to get a little bit more active. And curiously enough, Chaos Gaming and Trow, they actually haven't moved from this position since the last time we checked in.
Zone just favoring their side. Why fix what isn't broken? But now the zone's gonna go pretty far. You still have grapple hooks. What I'm most concerned about is this loadout, right? Like I'm not a big fan of running common rifles here this late in the game. So if I'm them, I want to finish this fight above me. I want to take an opportunity right now to pretty much jump in while they have the man advantage. They're thinking about it. Meanwhile, Poppy Lagana, this is the team that did initiate, right? He started this whole fight. He shot at them first when they landed nearby him. And the punishment already comes in, tries to go toe-to-toe with Chaos Gaming, doesn't work out. And that is exactly what he needed, right? A shotgun option, an upgrade here, some material count as well, grapple hooks in full effect. This is decent for him.
Not too surprised to see Chaos Gaming, though, with a little bit of a janitorial cleanup action inside that engagement. I mean, if you're going to stick around as long as they did, because I understand the zone's favoring them, but they definitely wanted to make sure that they were the only duo actually still able to stick around in those boxes. Nice play indeed. Remember once upon a time when Flowberry Rizzler was probably in a better position than where he finds himself right now alongside his Zyphel. No shield, just have to make a play, especially with them being just below that damage threshold. But the desperation is not enough. It's going to be Krep and Buildable who find a cleanup here, but if they're not careful, it might get cleaned up in the process.
Looking pretty tough. 93 above. Desperate spot to be in. Talk about getting cleaned up. Yeah, exactly. Veteran teams all around them. Long rotate to make. Someone in the old tarp of Degen and Larson there. It's Dogo. Meanwhile, Elige, we haven't seen in quite some time, making his appearance here. Right on the cusp here of a potential great game. Grapple hooks fully loaded as well, so they're not going to have a problem getting to safety, right? They just want elims, likely see if they can pick up some mats.
Yeah, I think with Elige's case, could tell some of those teams that were grappling by their current box. I mean, curious if any of these teams here, which ones were actually able to collect the forecast towers, but that's a question. Well, I'll leave the analyst desk to maybe answer. I don't know if that's something they can keep track of for themselves either, but one thing that is difficult to keep track of, MDF, it's where exactly everyone is tarping, because so many of these mid to low ground layers are just getting quickly filled up.
Yep, and honestly, if you're in a lobby this stacked, you kind of want to be up towards the upper half more often than not. Degen and Larson, I like the spot that they're in, but very passive, right? It's like, I feel like a complete opposite of the teams up towards the top 10 who quite literally don't stop pushing players, right? Staying fired up, staying on the heels of all the opponents. For Larson and Degen, much different pacing here. This entire lobby seems to be content trying to play high-end rotations, much slower endgame.
Almost wonder if part of that might be due to the fact that Larson and Degen, at least, they didn't look like they were living lavish as far as materials are concerned. They were in a decent spot for builds, but you always want more, especially with the way that we've been seeing some of these zones, and moving zones in particular, progress. It just gets so easy for builds to get ate up, especially when there's a good team playing height, just tearing through all the builds below you. And Edgy finds himself in that exact position right now. Has a quick moment to pop a couple of small shield potions, even the med kit, but this is his only med kit. Edgy is just doing everything he can to survive.
Dollar and Leon trying to fight for the high ground here. They actually have control for the most part. Other teams thinking about coming on up, but they seem to have the runway to work with right now. Here comes the counter pressure. Most of this lobby very, very fragmented, hurt, if you will. Edgy by himself here. He's got the shield cracked. Sees the opportunity to capitalize. Can he get it? Yes, he does. Nicely done, but where's the material? He doesn't find that. He does, however, find the med kit. But will the med kit keep him alive long enough here? Can he actually utilize it to its potential? Tries to get to the front side of zone here. Needs another fight. Doesn't quite grab the wall. He's just so vulnerable right now.
And unfortunately for Edgy, that run's gonna get cut short. Just ran alongside the wrong low ground builds, and well, unfortunately, as you can tell, most of them don't belong to him, but Chaos Gaming pops around a corner. A little disaster is there for that solo on the other side of the wall, but well played. Chaos Gaming, Trow now looking to see just how far they can actually maneuver through some of these pre-existing builds, actually having to expend some shots. Got to be careful with the reloads on those in case they do run into another team or another solo. Ever want to find yourself caught out without a reloaded weapon? As Larson, Degen, we saw them earlier playing a bit more passive, and we see them now definitely not in the spot that they were hoping to be. 4 builds left now for Larson. Time is ticking, but it just doesn't seem like Larson and Degen, they need to find a refresh, and they need it now, but instead it's going to be Larson who gets taken out. Degen trying to do what he can to hold on. Degen nearly finding the completion there of that 1 versus 2 scenario against Chaos Gaming and Trout, but Chaos Gaming will find himself eliminated, and the lobby just keeps moving forward.
Yeah, super unfortunate. Yet that big swing of events right there was looking like it was their game to win. And all of a sudden, they are right back in the lobby, right back in the queue. Meanwhile, Lige, El Nino on the move right now. But no, loses teammate Logic to the backside of Storm and a team that was waiting there. And now trapped between a team below him and a crew in front. And down he goes. Back on over to Zyro, who's working their way up to a 10 elimination game. Another big game here. These point swings mean a lot, but placement is even more important. Zyro's going to go for the early heal here to try to cap off. I don't think he's going to be content with that, though. They will try to continue to hunt. There it is. Finds Dogo on the low ground. Gets the knock. Where's the teammate, though? He needs that finish. Has to secure the points before they get out of the lobby here.
It's going to be Raucito still clinging for dear life directly underneath Zyro and Poppy, but Poppy's doing just what his name says, blasting through all of these edits. Medallion not even gonna get picked up there by Zyro and Poppy. They're a lot more preoccupied with just trying to make sure they stay in zone for as long as possible. Pressure now to Dala and Leone. Leone drops first. He's gonna take this 1 versus 1 against the likes of Poppy Blast, but it's gonna be Dala with the med kit up on top. Distraction was the absolute choice of play for this duo to find their victory royale. A nice attempt, though, from Poppy Blast to try and take this one down, but well played to Dala, just maintaining his position on height.
Yeah, all in all, I mean, the threats were eliminated fairly, late into the game, and then things just kind of simmered out. Things became a little bit easier. If you were up in those stronger positions, it took care of itself, more or less, and that's kind of what you want in a lobby as things start to unfold left and right. So take a look one more time. Leon Fishy and crew controlled the high ground from early. Never did they face any resistance up there. They managed to just cruise their way all the way across, and they weren't even that high. You can see the builds in the distance, and the heal off was just a matter of moments. Even though it was late, they still get the win. Nicely done for Leon and Dala FN. So well played, Zeke. Catch us up to the standings now, because things are continuing to shake up here.
They always are, MDF, and we're getting closer and closer to shutting things down and starting to tally some of these votes and queues and see, hey, who's going to be in that top 50, 250 rather. Man, for Dala getting themselves victory again. It's just these moments, right, for these duos that can find themselves these victory royales that can kind of boost their confidence, and that can kind of carry in momentum into their following games, right, Vivid?
Hey, time and time again, we mentioned the high ground, and yes, it's very, very important, like Zeke was mentioning, to go ahead and win some of these games, to have some of these runs, to make sure that you pick up some of these points for that series point leaderboard. When everything settles, when the dust settles there, you gotta make sure that you're top 250 to go into the semis. And Dala with that win right there, making sure he plays the high ground perfectly, saves those couple of med kits to get into the end there, goes ahead and wins out that game.
Yeah, great
I like
plays.
too as well with the distraction. That was pretty good. I like that Taco kind of called that out, kind of breaking up and making sure like, and it's interesting to me because like when I watched that, it was really, Kelly, like it was like I was watching what I'm used to, like an FNCS game, and I'm like, how, who's gonna get this outplay? But then I was like, wait, where's the chaos that I've been like used to seeing?
Yeah,
for the last 2 weeks.
I know. It was a little bit more of a calm in game than we're typically used to seeing. So that's nice. You like to see a lot of variety, and that's what Fortnite brings in spades. Is that there's a lot of different varieties and ways that players not only can play the game but also succeed in it.
Yeah, I mean, I
love it.
High ground, just kind of chilling, coasting, building over top of everybody, winning the game. We like to see that.
Like to see that. And you know what else I like to see? It's edgy highlights because they were in this game. Now, of course, based on that end game, you would have had no idea, right? If you blinked, you missed it. But edgy, kind of having this solo effort, right? Again, just under these somewhat chaotic circumstances, for a veteran like this to just hold it down, just look at these angles, look at these little like pockets he's creating for himself. Like, it's just so good.
Yeah, finding opportunities that he can actually go ahead and capitalize on was pretty much the name of the game. They're trying to find some other solos that maybe he could win that 1v1 against. Ultimately, though, dropping down into unknown territory is going to be his demise. But Clicks and Epic Whale on the other side of things, they are on the rise. 274 points, Kelly.
Oh, let's go Clicks and Epic Whale. And that is 100% due to their obscene average placement, which is right now 3.75. They have not placed lower than 6th place out of the 4 games that they've had. No victory royale yet, but when you can get back-to-back second places with a dozen plus eliminations, who needs a VR? But speaking of VRs, Baka and Pars, the first team to grab 2 victory royales in our lobby.
What's wild too is that consistency you're talking about, right? The fact that Clicks and Epic will have placed so high. When you look at Baka and Pars, you look at that stat line, you're like, wow, that's crazy. But then Clicks and Epic Whale are just so far ahead of everyone. But for Baka and Pars, look at just this massive lead they are starting to develop, right? They're really trying to solidify themselves going up into that upper bracket in semifinals. As we kind of look down, remember, look at 10th. Buzz and Paper, they were outside of the top 10 when we looked not that long ago, and suddenly they've jumped up, right? And you just need one awesome game. Guys, 17th place, Iamzo and Rise, a duo we talk about all the time as being like this dark horse that like they're such a like credible duo. They've really been under the radar, and yet they're in that top 20.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, speaking about top 20 right there, 20th place and 11th place, the difference there is only 11 points. So the competition is way closer than it may seem.
Something that I'm noticing also is now that we've reached the second half of games that we're no longer seeing these giant 15 placement jumps. Instead, it's like 1 or 2 placements that are moving between these games. So if players want to make sure that they make it into the upper bracket of the semifinals next week, they're going to have to do something drastic in these final games.
They're going to have to, Kelly. Otherwise, they have to go back to the drawing board and watch the semifinals and eventually finals all happen, and they have to bring it back in major number 2. But I want to see more games, and I know who you want to see. It's Clicks and it's Epic Whale. So why don't we jump aboard, see what they're up to into this game? So casters, on over to you.
And one thing we are noticing on that leaderboard, that getting a victory royale is just that difficult, regardless of how many W keys we've seen, regardless of how many, conversions on eliminations and great battles from some of the greats that we've seen play out. Clicks and Epic are still showing us that winning may not be as easy as it seems, even though they are the most consistent team on the weekend.
It's the quick leaderboard stat popping up in that top right corner that gets me, NDF. Peterbot and Pollo, it's like a tug of war right now between them and Clicks and Epic. Peterbot and Pollo, 296 points, currently in first place on the leaderboard. But again, Clix and Epic being in this match, there's a chance that they could look to change that. And I love the fact that Kelly pointed out just how well their placements have been so far today. They've really done an excellent job at maintaining their momentum so far.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to keep up a pace like that is very, very impressive. Talked about the types of teams that have entered into this weekend's competition. I mean, it's still 250 of the best duos in NA, all going head-to-head. The volatility in the draw spots, the randomness game after game. You never really know who you're going to go against, but that doesn't seem to stop Aviv and Bugha from continuing to press hard and press early for as many eliminations as possible in the drop spot instances, and so far it's played into their favor as they continue to pace along the top 25 here. Meanwhile, Yamzo and Rise, that team top 17, all in all so far, also doing just that as well, keeping up the pressure.
Zyphel, though, where are you running to? Yamzo hot on his heels, now tarping underneath him. He's got Zyphel spinning every which way. Flowberry Rizzler trying to see if he can reconnect, maybe find an opportunity to shut down Yamzo and Rise, but Yamzo just keeps closing in. He's got that Frenzy Yato just letting it rip now into the boxes of Flowberry Rizzler and Zyphel, but quick moment of pause here. Rise decides I would like to get a little bit of medkit action going. I really thought Yamzo was just going to keep going.
Well, happy he stopped because Aviv and Bugha right on their heels. That's going to give him just enough time to figure out there's a threat nearby. Things are going to have to stop here as they bunker down together, but Aviv moves in. And look at this, Aviv has done switched up the whole fit here. He's in full focus mode right now.
But is he focused or is he a distraction, making people think he's Bugha?
Oh my God.
With some of the shots that he's landing. Nah, that's all Aviv at this point. Just tearing through the health bars there. That's going to be a knock for Bugha onto Rise. The tag team work right now, though, between Bugha and Aviv to third party this circumstance. Yamzo, Rise, probably a world of regret right now trying to deal with Zyphel and Flowberry Rizzler just weren't able to collect those elims fast enough. Zyphel gonna manage to now counter squeeze Yamzo. Since he knew that Bugha and Aviv had pressure from one side, they just took the other side of the box wall edits, and now Bugha breaking down some of these pre-existing builds. Meanwhile, Aviv tapping into a little bit of that Poyo strategy. See him rocking that legendary Ranger pistol, and it seems as though other teams have definitely taken notice of just how much pressure you can really apply onto some of these builds with the fire rates.
That's what I was going to ask. I was going to say, how many, what are the chances you think someone took notice of that? What are the chances you think the inspiration comes through, right? Like, is that the reason, or is it just a well-known fact at this point? We'll have to continue to feel out the lobby, continue to feel out the plays. Epic Whales doing just that too, showing us why they're breaking into the 40+ elimination range here. So far, so good. And they get everything they need as well, just to heal right back into the swing of things.
Hanging out just on the cusp of classy courts. Not too surprised to see Clix and Epic, though, because again, we talked about the momentum and how well they're going to try to maintain that. On the opposite end of the spectrum, though, Cooper and Otto only. Seems as though they've been having to deal with other teams along the way. 3 eliminations, though. Definitely a nice spot to be in. Seems like this is a potential look, though, for an approach off the edge of the zone here. And the tough part, too, is that I almost feel like Miro is a player that loves his dead side rotations. And I feel like that's just what he's gearing up for here.
Well, we'll have to find out where this is all going to end up going. Paper and Muzz, the first we've seen of them here in our coverage. So we've continued to hop round to round. Muzz, most recent sign to Elite, sticking around in NA for another set of seasons here. You love to see it. I can appreciate Muzz just like, yeah, dude, I don't want to go back to OC. Like, I'm here, I'm competing.
I think
Just making sure he extends his stay with every time he gets signed. I mean, he's here for work, right?
you
Professional.
think every time Elite signs somebody, it inspires Dignitas to think, okay, we have to sign somebody else too?
How do we one up this this signing here? Who else is available?
I feel like all of NA might as well be contracted underneath those two. But that's neither here nor there because we also love our team agent representatives. And Baka and Pars, they've certainly been holding their own in this lobby. This is a heavy slugger lobby, by the way. I mean, we saw the likes of Yamzo and Rise, Muzz and Paper, Baka and Pars, Clicks and Epic.
Right.
A lot of greatness taking place here in this lobby, but that means that there is so much opportunity now for a lot of these veteran teams to maybe just look to try and put down each other, see who can get a slight edge in the leaderboard, slight edge for the series points, even though a lot of those teams I just mentioned are basically confirmed for the upper bracket.
Well, typical gamer Noah plays, trying to get their way into that conversation of confirmation. First, more performances and opportunities are in front of them. Let's see how it all plays out. Aviv finds another one in the feed, though. Okay, so Team Booga and Aviv haven't stopped. But for Noah and Typical, they haven't found any elims. Taking their time here, trying to play in their weight class. I can appreciate them actually surviving this late into the game, but this is where things are going to start to get real difficult. For Booga and Aviv, they're on the move right now. They just love being on the outside edge, love coming from the storm side. It's no strangers to taking their time, even in these types of lobbies. And look, still 8 eliminations, right? So it's even though they're playing passively on the outskirts, they are cleaning up teams. Look back at what's happening. If you're rotating late on the outskirts, they're finding players on the move, Taco, cleaning them up quickly.
Just no time to react there, though, for Myers. Clean transition for Aviv. And going straight from the crash pad into the shotgun blast. There's only so much to be done. He's even got the diversion of attention as well with that initial sniper shot, because you think, okay, I have a good idea of what direction that sniper shot just came from, and then all of a sudden, he's right in front of you. But that's just part of the greatness that we've come to expect so far today, as far as Aviv is concerned.
Well, for Trashy and Skittles here, 4 elims. He's going to find Epic Whale on his rotation in his sights here. Trying to force the lobby to target him, but instead, those wood walls are not going to fool anybody. Other teams would prefer to shoot the weakened structure. That's what ends up happening there. And you can see, if you're going to put up a front, if you're going to put up an offensive fight, you have to be prepared to receive that damage. And a little thing like that, just the wood walls. It's like, nah, shoot this guy. Maybe he's in a desperate spot. For Redux and Day, what do you think?
Oh, I was just going to say, I love the spot that they're currently sitting in. With 4 eliminations, have to imagine that they're definitely looking pretty steady as far as their surge is concerned, but that's probably the last thing on their mind currently, because, again, with the position that they're currently holding, it's really just going to come down to how quickly they want to actually rotate into the next zone. They might not have to go very far at all, but no, they do find themselves just outside of where this next zone pull is going to be, but it's not like it's impossible for Day and Redux to get there by any means.
Yeah, definitely still have a stretch of a game in front of them. What an end game here, right? Coming to another major point of interest here at the Grand Glacier. Plenty of structures to work through, but this comes with a double-edged sword. You see the Elsa and Sharkman not too comfortable with you know, the natural structures here, not trusting if there's teams lurking in the vents nearby. A lot of trickery to be had in spots like this, and being more safe will help you from being sorry later on in the day. For Jackson and Convicted, they want nothing to do with the interior of the castle. They're going to play for high ground here. I like this spot. I prefer this position here for them, especially when you have max mats like this. And all in all, they seem to have the lobby under control right now. So they're just waiting out the zone here.
Well, I was about to say no rush as far as Jackson and Convicted are concerned, but Again, the damage threshold just falling a little bit more towards their favor as Jackson just continues to overlook the rest of the lobby. Most of these teams kind of just choosing to settle up inside of the actual buildings here at Grand Glacier, and Auto Only on the low ground here spots out Estif, but won't actually be able to close in for a knockout elimination just yet. 6'4". On the other side now, some other builds as Auto Only continues trying to apply some side flank pressure here. Might have a good wraparound technique going and does find a massive blow. Tons of pressure now coming through with that Thunderburst SMG, but the ammo is so low, but it's okay because he's got other teams, other players taking note of what's going down on the low ground, and Auto Only will find his elimination actually interrupted.
Yeah, and don't forget, you got Cooper there to back him up, so things are going to start to swing in their favor now, as although he picked up all that resource, the heals, still no ammo. So that's going to be a pretty tight spot to be in. I think that team had 10 bullets, so pretty rough as far as the refresh is concerned. But we jump on over to another top-tier individual, Thoric here. What are they doing? Ratting their way around the backside with all this material. You have to think there's a method to the madness here. And they're committed. There it is. I knew it wasn't going to last very long. It was just a matter of when. Out the side he goes. They try to be conservative. You can see what happens when you do so. The punishment. Now the other teams turn on as well. And the burn comes through, but at what cost? All of his shield, all of his meds here.
His duo.
His duo. I didn't even notice that. Duo as well. Yeah, that's it. That's a GG.
That's pretty tough if you're Thoric and Chris, because yeah, the lobby almost like piranhas, man. They spot a little bit hotter. They just ran right through there, no questions asked. Whole lobby just focusing in and where Thoric was situated. But Auto Only alongside Cooper will finally finish off the other half of that starting process there. 6'4", getting successfully elimed. Still only 4 eliminations though for Cooper and Auto. Is take a look at the grand scope of the lobby and how it's shaping up. And Paper and Ma is very confidently on this high ground.
They got the mats to do it as well. They have the ammunition. It's a great spot to be in here as we're going off the mountain. We already saw this earlier when we covered that second game. You have high ground like this, the elevation starts to change. I mean, the last thing you want to do is opt to go all the way to the low position, because if it bounces back, you have a clear runway for a win laid out in front of you. And oddly enough, Clix was in that game, so we're coming full circle here. We'll see if Clix decides to go against the grain and go for low ground or play for the height now that he has the mats. The option to try to save Epic Whale, though, doesn't work. Day ends up finding Epic Whale, and the finish comes in from Sales there onto Click. So tough spot to be in for Trashy and Skittles. Last desperate effort of hope here to try to stay alive, but the shots are coming in. The zone's hot on his back as well. He's trying to jump over into the ramp there, but even that might be risky in its own. It's Booga and Aviv who's under pressure.
Just having to forcibly commit so much of his metal there, though. And once you're down to brick, it's crazy just how quickly some of these players can actually run through their builds. But Aviv, Booga, they don't care about materials because they're more interested in just trying to find the overall refresh. Hopefully Booga was able to actually collect some of the resources. But now, no, it's going to be Aviv stuck in a hard spot. And he will get spotted out before Booga is able to reconnect with his duo. So now it's going to be down to Booga to see if he can have a little bit of that solo clutch action that we saw earlier from Aviv.
Yeah, and it's Booga who's, normally tarping, normally leading. So when Aviv picks up the elimination, Booga tries to secure the material there, and unfortunately, that was the mistake, right? Splitting a little too far off when Booga had all the mats to keep him safe. Now, deep scramble here. We already know Muzz and Paper have comfortability on the high ground, so Booga will likely have to give this up. He's trying to find a grapple spot, but it's a little too risky with this low of an HP pool. He's feeling it too. Goes with the trusted builds there, but no, Noah plays. Oh no, someone else edits him down there. Finds the elim, and now it's a fight for high ground. Paper uses all the material, and Muzz has to give it up. That's not what they wanted to happen here this late in the round. It's Pars who's up top. That Flowberry effect there, giving them the advantage, but Paper jumps down. The drop kick onto Patek makes it look easy.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta take it by force, and that's exactly what Paper did. Now continuing to see if he can get a slight reign of terror going inside of this secondary high layers, but Dash directly above. Paper instead finds himself being eliminated by Trashy the moment that he scurried out from the safety of those builds. But Otto only, all by his lonesome, down to 4 HP and a dream. Has a small shield potion, might be able to pop it in time. In fact, does get the 25 shield extra, but 29 HP essentially to work with. That's gonna be one shot from Day to end it all. As now, Day, a solo himself, Flowberry Fizz comes out, might be able to jump up and challenge some of these teams on the higher layers.
Yep, Ken here, trying to work his way down, says, I don't have the mass to go up for the high ground. Bach and Pars are down to the low ground. So for what did they fight for high ground positioning to end up all the way back at the bottom, essentially tossing everyone's win who was up top? Muzz and Paper probably turning in the lobby right now, so upset, but here it is. Baka's gonna fall to the zone. The Tick is still alive. Wait, will we see the Tick get a second heal? Victor Royale, we already saw it earlier today on the coverage. Pars looking for the heal off. Where is it? He swings past him, misses the opportunity. Down he goes. Inside Slam still healing too. And in the end, Slam wins, but the Tick nearly walked out of there with another Victor Royale.
Curious if Storm Sickness might have been the end there for Tick, but with the way that things shaped off on that last little heal off here, MDF, I'm sure that both of these teams are definitely just hoping that somebody else was going to be able to take care of the other problem. And, well, it turns out that when you've got the Storm on your side to do the damage for you, that's all it takes.
Yeah, sometimes that is all it takes. We saw what happened there. We saw what unfolded. Miro definitely turned up. Things worked out pretty well. All in all, a win's a win, though, and you love to see it for teams like Slam, who again just stood back. He had multiple med kits. This was at this point, you can even see the Tick takes that little bit of fall damage there, which was a huge mistake, right? It kind of set him off track. It set him off beat.
So much MDF. It did. And you know what's crazy? We saw the Tick not that long ago get themselves a Victor Royale, but sometimes you need to make sure you're holding on to some amount of heals, right? In those final moments, they just didn't have anything. So for Side Slam and his duo partner, because they saved those vital heals, they took it to the heal off, they get themselves the Victor Royale, and that's what we are here to see, Vivid.
Yep, Side Slam coming out with the strategies, maybe stealing a couple that we've seen throughout the day, throughout the couple of weekends that we had so far, the qualifiers. The med kits proved to be pretty strong when it comes to closing out the game. Your bro Ken and Side Slam, they just had the med kit stacked up. They claimed the space necessary and found the refreshes needed to keep their game going. Ultimately ended up with the Victory Royale. Shout out to them.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, you need to make sure that you're set for any kind of win condition, whether that's going to be a 1v1 fighting or what we seem to be seeing a lot this week and last week as well is the heal off. So by having those med kits and by sticking to the low and mid ground where a lot of these players are dropping their items once getting knocked, definitely seems to be the primary strategy for a lot of these duos.
Yeah, and I love that some of these duos, right, when they get themselves a situation, especially at all the chaos, they know, like, okay, if this was like a normal semifinals or even grand finals lobby, this is kind of how we have to play, right? And they can show that they can execute those strategies, which I'm very hopeful for, right? I like to see that not only can they survive in these chaotic environments, but when the time comes for that final 1v1, 2v2, they're like, nah, we know what we need to do to get ourselves that W. We continue to look at highlights here, especially Vivid. You know, the competition's starting to wind down. We're getting real close to saying goodbye on the day.
Yeah, but one of the duos that we saw some life out of that game is going to be Paper and Muzz. They were on the high ground. The mats were looking good. The loadout was looking pristine. And then, you know, I'm not really sure what happened, really. You know, we know that we saw Paper go down to the fall damage a little bit later. But yeah, ended up losing Muzz just a little bit early. I think a team went up, challenged the high ground. They ended up winning out, and Paper was left as a solo to go ahead and clutch it up, or at least try to get a couple more points, as many as possible. And yeah, he grabbed a couple, but whew, from that high ground position to that, they got to be feeling like, man, what went wrong there? But hey, a great opportunity for them to kind of learn from that.
Oh, and another opportunity to learn is from these top teams right here. Peterbot and Poyo still in first place, and that's because they grabbed a second victory royale. But Vivid, you were asking what exactly happened to Paper there. Well, that's because he went up against Pars. Pars was able to steal high ground from him, and he's in the high ground right now on our leaderboard as well, in second place with the second set of 2 VRs.
Of course, third place, though, Zeke clicks an epic whale. Kelly was mentioning, right? Top 6 in every single game so far. I think she went ahead and cursed them on that one. As we just saw in that game right there, they went down a little bit earlier than top 6, unfortunately, but still towards the top.
I gotta blame you,
they're
man.
definitely looking to fight back. I mean, they're not gonna let this slide. We are gonna deal with Kelly, okay? There are caster curses that she's putting out. All right, for now, we're gonna go back into game though. We have another one lined up. We're hopping on board. We got Asian Jeff, Oliver, OG, casters. Let's take it in.
Should be good fun here as we start to hop into the mix. Asian Jeff, Oliver, OG positioned right underneath the Rift Island here, and you know what? You got to give respects to Asian Jeff and Oliver OG making that second appearance this weekend here, right? Continuing to show their strides as not only creators, but also competitors at heart.
It's the creator side, though, of Asian Jeff and Oliver OG. If you guys haven't listened to their comms, I would thoroughly recommend it. A hilarious duo, but also an incredibly talented one at that. And I think that Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, they seem to have the idea here. They don't have any eliminations yet, but sitting directly beneath the Rift Island, maybe trying to see if they can find or even generate their own opportunity to try and take out any teams that might be passing nearby, as Blake and Macwood just kind of strolling on over with these grapples. But they do encounter Curve and Zonda while they're rotating.
This is good, you know, so I think Blake and Mac would need a little redemption on broadcast here. They are inside the top 20, and you wouldn't really know it if you just judged it by the last time we got to tune in with them, which was game 1 on the Insta elimination against Booga and Aviv. So far, they have been having a pretty wonderful showing, right? Just all in all here as far as their games are concerned. And look at this, even going as far as conserving material here. So really trying to continue to maintain the pace here and play for endgames.
Yeah, but Scoped and Tragics, we kind of touched on them, you know, at the top of this show about whether or not they'd be able to find that 160th or higher placement. And so far, it seems as though the lobbies have been very difficult to deal with, but Scoped, Tragics, doing everything they can to try and keep their lower bracket dream alive. Currently sitting in 206th place, though, as far as leaderboards are concerned. They just need to find themselves through a consistent end game, because a lot of these matches that they've played so far have just been eliminated, honestly, off drop.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. If they want to make any of the, you know, even the lower bracket, they have a good stretch to go. They're going to need to find their footing, essentially, right? In the back.
Strong.
I don't know, 30, 40 minutes.
Game.
You know, yeah, like there's like 30, 40 minutes left into these opportunities to queue up, essentially. We've been at it for quite some time.
Kind of just goes to show, though, the level that everybody is here competing up against. I know that we have tapped into enough of Peterbot and Poyo matches. You kind of get an idea of how things are going, but realistically, I would definitely say there is a lot of strong competitors in every single one of these lobbies. So don't just expect the big boys to be the ones swinging. because Scoped and Tragics, they might still have a couple of tricks up their sleeve, and if they do, oh, we're going to need to see them Houdini it real quick because they don't have much time left.
Look at this game. They're dead center right now in Zone 6 with a wonderful cache of loot here right beneath their feet. They have 2 eliminations. I mean, this is the spot to be in. If there's time to do it, it could be here and now. Take a look at this quick elimination here. They find Mag on the backside of Zone. They make quick work. Scope tries to walk his way through the wall there in the tags. More than enough to go ahead and pressure the elimination. Another big dog here in the round, Chubbs and Bryce. 2 elims as well, not far off from the Legend Scopes there too. Great all-around positioning here for Chubbs and Bryce. If I'm playing the game, if I'm in this FNCS lobby, if I'm in this setting here, I want to be in this spot. Just outside the commotion, out the center mix, but not far enough to find players that are rotating on the edges. That's a great spot to be in here.
Definitely a position that they could look to try and control some of the lobby as well, depending on how some of these other teams are looking to rotate. There's the Roller. A couple of nice tags there. That Thunderburst SMG, and just continues to connect. The accuracy looking kind of nice here for the Roller, and every little bit counts when it comes to that surge damage threshold. Because now the Roller, Tabney, taking note. Some of these other teams a little bit closer situated.
Tabney's a funny one. He retires every so-and-so again and just comes back like it's nothing and just, yep, top 250 duo, no problem. No problem, picks the game up naturally, talented. Just that good. Meanwhile, Macwood and Blake, though, turning up the heat here. They got Ducky down, Encrypted down, 2 elims. Big pickup for them. It's exactly what they were looking for. And the zone reveals itself. So it's pulling towards where Scoped was at. It's pulling towards where Tragics was positioned. Up towards the left side there. A lot of players still have to make a move here.
Look at this loot pile.
How do you pick what you want to work with? I mean, Macwood's got a decision here. He's only got 17 bullets.
He had 5 shield potions at one point. Opted to go for the 6 small shield potions instead. I guess quantity does play in your favor at times. And Blake, I mean, I don't think he left those medkits behind, but if anything, I would expect maybe Blake is carrying the white heals while Macwood is opting to carry all the shield. This is a fun duo, though, to kind of tag along with. Bully and Darts. Bully, longtime player in the Fortnite scene. Definitely been a little bit rough here in today's round 4, but at the same time, I think Bully and Darts are in a decent spot currently. They're not really drawing the attention of the rest of the lobby, and that's sometimes the goal when you get to these sorts of endgame positions.
Yeah, definitely. There's an eerie level of silence taking over the lobby right now, so you got to be careful as teams are starting to position up here. And there it is. Fights start to break out now as the zone pulls back. Hence the way they came. So if you overcommitted and you play for the bottom of the Rebels Roost, I'm sorry. You might have made a mistake there. We'll see. For Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, finally now, they're starting to connect their shots. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a surge issue. However, they do need to likely pick up the mats there. Will they go for it? I think they're just going to be content with the spot that they're in and say, yeah, why risk it?
I don't think Oliver or Jeff trust that they'd be able to grab those mats and confidently make it back to each other in one piece. That's the problem, because look, you got Bryce Chubbs boxed up directly underneath them, just waiting for the slightest movement. There's now Macwood, Blake, trying to stay low. Macwood, though, when we talked about their plethora of shields and just options that they had at one point, still 2 shield potions left. So Macwood could get back to full shield if he wanted to, but instead, looking to make sure that he doesn't get pinched here alongside Blake. Some of these layers, especially that low ground layer, getting real active now. But Macwood spotted out the duo directly next to him and Blake on their current layer. And Blake and Macwood actually seemingly content to just sit tight for a moment, gauge where the rest of the lobby is actually going to decide to move.
Yep, time to get the hustle on here. Prodigy, Chubbs, and Bryce fragmented here. Chubbs so low. I like his all in all loot situation here. Grapple hook is gonna make up for what he lacks in a duo mate. He's got the heals. He's got everything he needs to possibly put together a win condition. One thing to note, though, when we continue to glance over those leaderboards, we talked about, yeah, some of these lobbies may seem like a different caliber, right? You have some big dogs, you have some new names. But notice, there's not a single set of duos racking up 3 wins game after game after game. Getting a victory royale against the top 250 duos, regardless of who shuffled into your lobby, is very, very difficult. This is why we see such a widespread over the victories in general. Macwood makes a huge mistake, though. He should have known something was wrong once he got tagged up for Blake. He's gonna have to make up for lost time here. I'm not sure how you do that, though, as Macwood had the bulk of the mats. He was the tarper, it seems like, here. And this is a really, really tough spot for Blake to be in. Oh, finds his way to Macwood. Okay, that's very close.
Genuinely incredible that Blake,
very
he's
close.
gonna commit. He's looking to get that, and it's successful. He successfully brings Macwood back to life into the action. And Macwood, though, might be reconsidering how he actually utilizes that grapple from here on out, because it is amazing just how quickly some of these players get picked off when they go for those rotations.
100%. Well, we'll have to see how it ends up continuing to shuffle here for Chubbs. Chubbs is just trying to hold on right now. And again, I talked about me really appreciating the loadout for solo clutch, and I meant it. And he's continuing to prove just that he can continue to stretch this opportunity across. Sometimes it's all it takes, the right loadout, just enough material, and that'll ease up the pressure. Snacky and Possessed, though, eyeing up the high ground here, showing that they're trying to play for a win, but High Team seems to be very much aware of the potential opportunity there, and looks like Asian Jeff jumps into the Snacky duo here, and Snacky's hurt, but not hurt enough that he doesn't want to potentially finish the fight here. Tries to secure the material count there, but no, it's going to be all sniped by Asian Jeff, and possibly the save for Oliver OG, so Snacky not really happy about that. Tries to fight back, tries to hunt down Asian Jeff, but no, finds his way into a duo box with 2 more. It's not gonna last long. Meanwhile, Asian Jeff alive, scot-free.
Hey, Asian Jeff, not only that, he's got 4 medkits with him. Aim's just caught looking the wrong way for a split second.
Man.
That's going to be another medkit. 5 medkits now for Asian Jeff. He's just got to make sure that he stays alive, tarping like a madman right now through these mid-ground layers. Gonna go ahead and expend 1 of his 5 medkits, by the way, doing an excellent job not to get stuck in the back of zone as well. Just needs to make sure that he avoids all that congestion that's taking place currently in the back of zone. And Chubbs, again, just doing what he can to try and find mats. A little bit of Flowberry Fizz. Jumps, rotates a little bit further out than what he would have hoped for, and barely managing to stick on this low ground backside of zone. But again, it might just be the storm that takes him out. Only 6 HP left. And it's not gonna matter because he just gets absolutely trucked.
What? Scope just slid his way into the DMs right there and left like nothing ever happened. That was so clean. And he picks up tons of points in the top 5 in the process. Turns it around. What a shot. For me, that is the 1 HP play of the day. Stamp it and forget it. Respect to Scope there. Making lemonade out of nothing. Well played for him. Asian Jeff, meanwhile, just marching his way to the zone here. He can see what's happening. The HP ticker. He's got 1 more med kit. So does the opponent. He's got much more to work with. Does he have visual cues, though? Does he know where this opponent's at? He's looking up. I think he kind of figured it out. He does have a grapple hook. Player jumps down. That's a mistake. You just gave Asian an opportunity. Can he get the win? It's going to be all or nothing. And 2 HP. He does it in the end.
Nah, Asian Jeff is different for that one, man. For a moment, I really thought, 5 medkits. Asian Jeff down to his last 1. Just gets a slight glimpse, a shimmer of hope, and immediately punishes the opposition for daring to stick themselves out there. Beautiful edits there out of Asian Jeff.
Listen, I'm happy I just didn't count him out, because at this moment, it could have went either way, but I saw Sov jump down, and I was like, that was the most, the most tragic play you could have made in that moment. Asian Jeff secures the victory royale on behalf of him and Oliver OG. Well played. That was a big one there, Zeke.
Bro, that was disgusting. The 2 HP shotgun shot. That Asian Jeff, what on earth, bro? You are sick. That was so crazy. Congrats to you and Oliver OG. And Fortnite fam, listen, Asian Jeff is streaming, all right? If you want to go see that from his perspective, see him freak out, go check him out. There's all kinds of watch parties. You've got Booga, you've got Aussie Antics, you've got Life with Panda, you've got Tokata, you've got Clicks. There's so many people all streaming Fortnite. There's so much happening here. But for Asian Jeff, I just cannot believe, Vivid. Like, the fact, like, that, to be so calm under the, like, that specific situation, right? To know exactly where Sov dropped down. Like, if that's me, I'm gonna panic, right? I'm gonna hesitate for even a moment. But for Asian Jeff, he did not hesitate. He's like, I have to execute. Instincts kick in. Boom, shot goes out.
Yeah, I mean, well played from Asian Jeff there. 2 HP to work with, 1 tick. The difference there. Sov drops down. Questionable move, but Asian Jeff immediately punishes for that. Gets the wall, makes the edit, hits the shot. And if you guys have ever watched Asian Jeff before, you already know that reaction must have been loud.
Yeah.
Shout out to them. Congratulations on that victory royale.
I'm already looking it up on social media. I want to see his reaction. I love Asian Jeff. He's one of the most explosive personalities in Fortnite, I'd have to say. So I'm guessing grabbing a victory royale in one of the final games here for week 2 is going to have a good reaction.
Yeah, for sure. And guess what, guys? I know we want to talk more about what we're seeing, but I'm getting word.
Oh my.
Next game is ready to go. I know, all aboard the battle bus. We're jumping right back into all of the action. MDF Taco, one more time.
And I just have to say, that last game, I gave Scope the play of the day. And then, like, right behind it, Asian Jeff puts it right up on the pedestal. Just incredible endgame. Definitely the best we've seen so far. That is the showing of FNCS top caliber players going toe-to-toe. You'll have to see it. And of course, Taco, we just get to jump right back in with Peterbot and Boyo. This has definitely been their show today as well.
That's the thing, though. We're jumping back in with Peterbot and Pollo, and they have felt like the raid bosses of every single lobby they have participated in. With 5 elims already in the elim feed. And excuse me, I said 5. I really meant 6. Because Peterbot is going to collect onto Yumi. And now, Pollo, Peterbot just continuing through with their strategy of we'll eliminate everybody else before they can even play the game.
They know exactly what they're doing this early in the round. They key everyone before the server starts to take its toll here. You love to see it. Look at the aggression. Look at the W key. Look at the response time on Peterbot and Boyo. 6 eliminations. Every lobby we've tuned in with them in particular in has been wiped clean early. I don't know what it is. Maybe it is literally the Peterbot and Boyo effect, but it's just like key after key.
They're just so in sync with each other. It's almost unbelievable, but those two just simply don't miss a beat together. And this is a duo that we actually haven't seen much out of here today. I think it's actually the first time that we're getting a chance to spectate their actual lobby, but Acorn and Cold trying to finish off the world's deepest box fight over no man's land here is Acorn, Cold seemingly in a much worse for wear situation. Acorn not able to bring those mech hits close enough to him just yet. In fact, that is going to be Cold. He gets knocked first as the elim feed continues to light up instead with Pollo, but now it's up to Acorn to see if he can close this one off. Does have a mech hit that he can expend for the time being, but again, just Acorn and Cole, they are simply out there right now, and Snakesy, he's not letting Acorn get away. In fact, the final charge here, but that's only going to be one knock so far, one elimination that Acorn can count on. The other two are on cold, but it's still nice for Acorn. They'll be able to clean up that fight. I think him and Cole could definitely get something going.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, was it worth it? Like, he's got nothing right now. Very tight spot to be in, or late in the tournament. You just back out, run it up again while the queues are open. Yeah, I think they're thinking likely something similar if they can't just key their way across. Like, Acorn's pretty desperately holding on right now, and I'm more curious as to why. Could it be out of games? I don't know.
Might just be a classic circumstance, though, for Acorn, where he's just trying to make sure that he's not going to make it easy. That's for sure. Up against the lights, he already got the elimination onto Snakesy, so now it's exclusively up to Acorn's discretion just how long he wants to keep this solo at bay. And given that Acorn is likely going to touch Lamb before
Oh my god. Hello?
Snakesy's duo, it's just Acorn's
All the
still way
fish
out
already pre-farmed, though. What is happening here?
I feel
Acorn,
like somebody was
he's
here
right back
before.
Yeah, no, he's right back in it. I see why they don't mind sticking this one out. There's like the whole bounce back is on the beach. Let's see it though. It's the Acorn show. It's the one-on-one here. Acorn really flexing his skill set here. Yeah, going just about how I expected. Yeah, there it is. Makes it nice and clean. You almost gave him what he was looking for, right? Puts him in a position to have the advantage there.
But at least Acorn got exactly what he was looking for there. Meanwhile, a very, very familiar sight. It's Poyo and Peterbot just running things down as aggressively as possible. Elimination onto Trow means Chaos Gaming shortly following after. Another couple of elims. And I think that's one of the most impressive parts about Poyo and Peterbot that we've seen here today. They don't just key these other teams, Monster, but their time to elimination versus every other team so far today, it just feels so rapid. It's like Poyo and Peterbot don't really give other teams the opportunity to third party, because by the time another team even rotates anywhere near their vicinity, they've already finalized eliminating a solo or a duo, or just forcing everybody else to kind of react to the space they create for themselves.
Yeah, this lobby's in a pretty odd predicament, though, if you think about it. With 10 minutes or so, like I said, like the queues start to wrap up. Notice how everyone's starting to figure it out. Like, well, if we just, you know, finish this game, we could probably queue up again and catch the final opportunity, another big game, I think. So this is a very interesting round that's unfolding here. 26 players remaining, 15 duos. So clearly there's teams that are, you know, solos in the mix here. Does make you wonder, is it going to end a lot earlier than an average game? And will we get some of these teams that are on the, you know, on the cusp of making an upper bracket appearance in the last game to have an opportunity to do so?
You also have to keep in mind, I mean, we just saw this was Acorn and Cold's last game. How many other teams in this lobby are in that exact same circumstance? I think for some of these teams, maybe they've got one more lobby that they can try and work through. But I think for the bulk majority of teams, they are very much on their final game. So they don't really have any other option aside to play things out. Yeah, this is nasty work from Pamsdale and Lawrence.
Coming right in, recognizing Acorn back here by himself. Was it a reboot van that went out? Like, how do they know Acorn was here? This is such an odd spot for them to get spotted out by. But, you know, with limited view, limited context, it is what it is. Pam, still the young French-Canadian, comes in alongside Lawrence. It's the first, by the way, as well, that we've seen Pam still paired up with a completely different duo.
I think it was the audio cue, by the way, because they're right now next to Unmoored Manor, and there's a reboot van on an island just
but they only have a single elim. So, like, that's why I'm so confused.
Maybe
like,
they heard the audio cue going off in general, and they just decided to push.
Could have been. Yeah, it couldn't even been a successful pickup. Just, it was that quick.
More impressive is the fact that they were that far out of zone at the same time as Acorn. But that's another story for another day. We'll have to check up with Pamps down later, Lawrence later on. But right now,
I want Pollo to show up next week with the name Tactical Pollo. Okay, not Twitter Pollo, Tactical Pollo. Stamp it.
want him to. That's going to be his trademark now. Is forging his own meta.
At this point, it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Every single time we come in, it's looked so good. Take a look at the Peterbot fight one more time. He jumps down, swings all the way around onto move, finds a vulnerability in the armor, and then Boyo just monstrous shot. Doesn't miss, cleans it up, very quick, very precise.
Oh no. Talk about quick and precise. And it's going to be Blake that we watch getting eliminated. We did get to see, Blake and Mac would do their thing a little bit early on in this match, though.
That's a different Blake. That's Blake 23.
Oh, good
The other
point.
Blake is SR Blake.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't do Blake like that now. Like,
for a moment there, I
be
got
fair,
tripped up. I saw
it was a
Blake
different
and
Blake.
yeah. I see Blake. I was like, man, where's Macwood? That makes a lot more sense now.
If you don't address it, chat will just freak out. You know how they are. They know
very
everything.
true.
Sorry. All the doctors in chat. My apologies.
And Chimp, unfortunately, seeming to be his own worst enemy, probably got pressured to find himself in that kind of predicament in the elimination feed. Unfortunate stuff, but the show must go on for everybody else that remains here. Fortunately,
You have to think Pamster and Lawrence felt pretty pressured to start picking up eliminations. There's like no other opportunities, right? This lobby's gonna thin out. It's gonna go right to the final moments sooner rather than later. And if you don't get elims now, I mean, here's what's gonna happen. Peterbot, Boyo that they see in the feed are gonna continue to claim.
Again, just so much underneath these builds, lying in wait for Peterbot and Pollo to decide what exactly they want to pick up here. Meanwhile, Mason, no end pen, trying to get it done all by his lonesome. Nearly does. Believe he got stuck there looking for the reload. Reswit, nice job keeping his cool, keeping his calm, managing to get that counter elimination there.
You know what? I respect it too. Carrying the torch for his teammate. 5 elims right now as a solo. Not bad at all. Here's Peterbot and Boyo jumping back in, trying to see if they can continue to rack up the bodies here. See what's going to happen. So the setup's looking pretty good. Boyo's on the backside of the wall. The double pressure comes in. But that's just a little bit of a fake out. Into the box they go. Almost catches them while they try to make the edit. And you see, it's plays like that. It's maneuvering like that this team's not even ready for. Look, Peterbot goes for the rinse and repeat. Back to the other side. It's his walls here, right? He's just swinging back and forth. Like, how do you keep up with this?
Peterbot, though, definitely eating a little bit more than what he bargained for initially. Pollo now following suit with Peterbot. And it's just, again, both of these players, Pollo and Peterbot, just doing such an excellent job at forcing the split attention. Right now, Blink just trying to do everything in his power to keep these stairs up, keep everything as far away from Pollo as possible. And we saw Kazama look for an opportunity to see if he could get a counter tag onto Pollo, but
you know what?
The health exchange is not in equal dividends.
I want to give a lot of credit to Blink right now. I truly respect the defensive play right now. This is not the best we've seen from a team. So I'm not sure if we're seeing some potential new greatness coming out of the qualifier right now, or Blink is just in the zone playing better than he ever has before, but very, very exceptional defensive capabilities here from the team in front of him. And Boyo's playing very, very well, very sharp too. So both sides exercising high quality exchanges here, but in the end, how long can you keep up that level of exceptional play? How long can you keep the turbo on? How much stamina do you have to go the distance? It's all up to Blink now. Fends off Peterbot once again here. It's not once, not twice, but the 3rd time now. Ultimately, he starts to run loose a little early, and that might be the backfire here. All credit, though. All credit. You know what? I respect it, kid. That was
Still
nice.
respect the hustle. That's for sure.
Great. That was great.
I mean, we were talking about, or at least I mentioned, Peterbot and Pollo. Yeah, they've got such a quick time to elimination, and then we finally see them get tripped up, even if for a moment it's definitely expended a good chunk of Peterbot and Pollo's builds. They didn't really gather a whole lot aside from eliminations there. And an extra medallion, but that came from an earlier engagement. Still a lot of chase down, though, that took place from Peterbot and Pollo, and now they're going to have to look for another refresh, at least if Peterbot wants to get his materials back up.
Yeah, they're gonna find that refresh right about now. It's just like, oh, another duo? Sure, let's go ahead and wrap this one up too. There goes the material count, 555. Oh my gosh, Pollo's in a world of problem right now. If he falls now, this is gonna be a pretty of a tight situation to be in. I mean, if there's a team below him, they could actually get broken out of the builds here and likely win the game. Yeah, Pollo starts to lower himself here. I think they recognize danger. It's literally 6 players left in the game. 2 of them are solos. And there it is, 2v2v1.
Hey, we were saying they need a refresh, and that is the one thing they're able to create. As Chinitsa, it's sometimes you've just gotta
Go
keep
for
it going.
He's like, they're weak. Now's my chance. I'm going all in.
There's still
Oh my
the likes
God.
of Pity Pro and Lower for Peterbot and Pollo to deal with if they recognize the fact that they are even here, but there's nobody else that they could possibly find. Gotta keep
The
in
scenario,
mind.
this is like, you queue into a 2v2 realistics. What are you gonna do?
Insane.
Right? What are you gonna do? Pollo spawns with the high ground. Peterbot's got the high ground. They have more material than you, better loadout than you. Everything you can imagine is not in your favor in this 2v2 realistic. Go.
I almost wonder if at this point Peterbot and Pollo might just be saying, just like, no, like you stay away, like I'm gonna do this. Like I could 100% picture Peterbot telling Pollo, chill, these are my eliminations, since he already has 12 of them.
Are they going to pickaxe one of these players is the real question. At this point, it's looking very prime. I mean, my senses are tingling here. I think they're going to enjoy this last one here. The queue's likely closed. This is their last game. Are they going to stretch it all the way out?
We all know how friendly Peterbot can be to players when he's in these sort of 2v2 scenarios.
He's
So
blocking him out. Look. Yeah, I'm telling you. It's only a matter of time before Pro's like, yeah, I have every advantage here.
the difference here, though, is that Pro and Lower, they're split. Like, Pollo and Peterbot are split too, but it's by choice. Lower and City Pro, I feel like they're getting split up from each other, and it's not even like they want to be, but Peterbot going on
And they have the
aggressive.
effects. Like, look at this. They just have all the movement, giving us a little bit of a show here as we start to round out the evening. Well played. Nothing like a nice clean win. Another one, by the way, Taco, for Peterbot.
Peterbot and Pollo definitely got to be feeling pretty good about their performance today. I mean, all throughout opens, this is a team that we have often regarded for being such a heavy elimination contenders, and well, they certainly delivered on all fronts today, especially the victory round elimination side.
Very nicely done for them. All in all, Peterbot, Pollo just managed to pick up a whole highlight reel on their own. The last couple teams were just no match there in the end. They had too much of an arsenal. It's like playing the game on hard mode when it's already difficult as it is to go against this level of player. So congratulations to Peterbot and Pollo picking up another Victory Royale in Zeke. The W for this team does not stop.
I mean, bro, it's just like they're playing with their food at that point, man. Just end the game. Come on. I mean, of course, a Victory Royale, a ton of eliminations. And I know for some of you might be like, what was that game? Well, keep in mind, these duos had either 10 games to play or a 3-hour window to play within. So for some of the duos, they're already done, right? They've already cashed in their 10 games. So there's only a handful of players kind of loading into these lobbies. So that's why it maybe looked a little unusual, or maybe what you're not used to seeing. But hey, listen, for Peterbot, I mean, for him, it's another Victory Royale. It's a bunch of more points, and it's another reason, right? A stamp to say, listen, we are one of the best duos. And when we see you in semifinals, you better not contest us, because we will make your life very difficult.
Yeah, the terminology that some of the people in the Fortnite community use for a game such as this is a W key lobby, and unfortunate for everybody else, you just happen to be with Peterbot and Pollo in this one, and yeah, pretty much every single lobby is a W key lobby for them as they've showcased so far, so they're used to this type of play style, so no surprise that they go ahead and come out on top there, but they just had it all to play for, right? Which is why we kind of seen them slow down a little bit at the end, because this was in fact their last game. We'll have to see if their performance can keep them at the top of the leaderboard.
Zeke, I love that you say that it looked like they were playing with their food, because the entire time that I watched them, it just felt like I was watching a pack of hyenas cackling away as they take down a gazelle, and then they would go for another, and then it was absolute domination. They were already so far ahead in the leaderboard, and I'm sure this is going to cement them in their first place spot. However, we do still have a few more duos that don't have their final game, and the final game is probably going on right now, so I'm excited to see how the leaderboard is going to fully pan out even after that great game from Peter and Pollo.
Yeah, for sure. And I like the way you kind of like talk about this analogy. It's very surgical from the duo, right? They're kind of just dictating it. And if you watched this happen, right? This duo is trying to piece anything together, and they're just bouncing all over. Just, nope, you want to build there? No, I'm also there. Oh, I'm over here taking shots from this angle. Like, these guys know how to execute, right? They're just putting on a show. They're just letting us know, hey, you know, we are a duo that you guys need to be fearing and have eyes on as the competition continues. I'm curious to see how the standings are going, especially with this last game. This is going to be a tough one, right? Because for some duos, this is it. This could be their last game, Vivid, to try and get, maybe it's a victory out they need. Maybe it's just even 5 eliminations. Maybe it's a high placement. But this is the final game we'll have to try and piece any of these points together.
Yeah, one last opportunity. The pressure's got to be on. Are you going to be in the lower bracket? Are you going to be in the upper bracket? Are you going to be in semis at all? It's your opportunity right now to go ahead and clutch up if you are in this last game.
I definitely think we can expect Peterbot and Pollo to be in our upper bracket for the semifinals. I mean, they grabbed 3 victory royales, which was the second most that we got to see from last week. And there they are with a 60-plus point lead over Baka and Pars, who are currently in second. Of course, we already saw Ritual and Reet in third. But a few teams moving back up into the top 10 list, and a few names we've already seen.
Yeah, Baka and Par is definitely surprising me. A thing to note for like your second and third place duos, they only have 7 matches played. They're probably on their 8th like right now. So we very likely could see them strike at Peterbot and Pollo for that first place spot. It's doable.
Yeah.
But still, for Peterbot and Pollo, man, did they put on a show. Baka and Pars, Reet and Ritual. I mean, dude, these guys just haven't moved from the top of the leaderboard. But as we kind of take a look here at the top 20, you start to see names like Aviv and Bugha, right? We saw them have that super strong lead, even 15th place, right? Sharkman, Elsa, we watched them get one of those victorials earlier on in the day. But again, it's just hard to contend with some of these duos on that first page, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, it's real tough. I was actually looking right before that switch to the top 20. Oh my gosh, Peterbot and Pollo had 91 eliminations. They almost broke triple digits. I think the second most up there was 55. So a big lead in that regard. They showcased it so many times.
Wow, yeah, I'm looking at the leaderboard right now, and the next highest team is Bugha and Aviv with 60, so that is 31 whole eliminations over second, or not second place, but the second team to grab that many eliminations. And I mean, it's due to the fact that every single time they do make it into the end game, they're grabbing 17, 18, and then of course that 23 bomb that we got to see at the start of the day.
Yeah, this was just like a day of practice for them, it feels like, at least in how they're showing off, right? But hey, listen, we've got 1 game left to go. This is it for so many of these duos. They've got to perform right here, right now. How does this all unfold? It's time to find out together. One last ride on the day. MDF, Taco, over to you.
Let's do it. The FNCS second qualifier has been incredible to watch unfold this weekend. We knew what we were signing up for, but it's another thing to see it unfold firsthand here at Taco. And now we get to jump in with the legends, Duke and Threats.
And Duke and Threats trying to keep things going right now up against the likes of Fretbot and his duo, but Duke from above, only a layer or 2 up over Fretbot for the time being, but that might be all it takes Duke gonna force Fredbot. Have to expend one of his shield potions is now. Duke also, I think, wary of the fact that he doesn't want to lose sight of Fredbot's duo anytime soon. He's got Craze kind of on the ropes here. And really, it's just a matter of time before that medallion gets threats back to 50 shield. But Duke gonna opt to spend his time a little bit more wisely, recognizing the fact that that engagement is taking a little bit too long.
Not looking too good right here for Cooper and Miro. Miro's down, fully eliminated here to the hands of a pretty experienced duo, so I respect Cooper's decision to go ahead and back out right now. This is a team that has been performing well within the top 10, all in all. Not quite the pacing of a first place position team like Peterbot, who just had a, extraordinary run today. It's still great nonetheless, exactly what you expect of a FNCS global champion. On the other side, high ground, see Chimp and Scissors in control of this battle so far. Very comfortable Coop and Team Moose down low. These are young players that are also very much experienced in their own rights.
For a lot of these players too, it's definitely one of those circumstances where you can definitely tell that some of these teams or players that are left in solo positions for the final lobby that they might find themselves in, they're making the most of their situation regardless. Is now picked back up with Duke and threats, Fredbot Craze here at Grand Glacier. And Duke, for a moment there, seemed like he was gonna get a nice edit to maybe take a shot over at Fredbot. Instead, it's gonna be a reposition. Now Craze again, scurrying around some of these builds, and it's again just a lot of time to expend in this engagement. Keep in mind, there's another team not too far away from where this action is taking place. They're likely capable of hearing some of the shots that are unfolding. Fredbot now finds himself in the same box as his duo Craze. Flowberry Fizz going to come out, but there's a little bit of that third-party action. Some shots onto the back walls there for Craze and Fredbot. Makes them just take a run for the hills, run towards safety. They don't want to get pincered between Duke threats and this other team that's coming in for the third-party opportunity.
You can see threats and Duke under no pressure here, even deciding, hey, we can wait this out. We got medallions. Let's go ahead and just allow that to cap off our shields here instead of wasting what they had. I was a little bit curious as to why they wouldn't have wanted to finish the battle the first time, and you can see what happens when you wait around. You just give more room to get third party. For Pars and Baka, a team that's been performing exceptional here, one of the few to actually break into the back-to-back victory royale thresholds. Well played thus far, staying true into their performance. As we start gearing up for the upper and lower brackets, the set lobbies, if you will. I mean, I'm curious to see how the teams that performed at the upper echelon, right? The teams that could get all the elims and still win, perform under set lobby settings. Things are going to be drastically different in the coming weeks.
And it is all about making that initial qual in the first place. Whether it's upper bracket or lower bracket, all of these teams just want their FNCS run to continue. And it starts and ends here today, really, because if you don't make it into lowers, at minimum, that is the end of your FNCS journey. So a little bit of heartbreak to follow. So a huge shout out to all of our competitors that competed throughout weeks 1 and week 2 here, because this has not been an easy feat by any means.
Yeah, what I will say that's fun about this type of format is the randomness. Like, you never really know who you're gonna get at your drop and whatnot. I think it does require a certain level of precision, right? Where set lobbies, folks like to claim drops. You kind of know what you're gonna get into. You can almost simulate them in advance, right? You can practice for variables, whereas in this format you can't really prepare for the variable that is an incredible team who's on a run, right? And they just so happen to either be in your lobby or maybe not, or you get a couple of great teams that are just heated up, fired up into your game, and it has created some very interesting all-in-all gameplay today.
And I mean, adding on to that, even we talk about drop spots. I mean, so many of our veteran duos, even players, if they're a newer duo, but they're a veteran player, there is a certain level of respect, you know, that's already been established. So oftentimes you'll see a lot of those veteran players where they get the uncontested drop spot normally, but I just don't think that that's feasible in this type of format for drops to be. It's not that they're being disrespected by any means, it's just everybody's got their own idea of their ideal drop spot and how they've been practicing, and they want to do everything in their power to replicate it, even if it means a newer duo having to tackle the likes of a more experienced one. And that's why I think I've definitely loved seeing the way that some of these newer teams have also dealt with that pressure if they don't have as much experience fighting off spawn.
Yeah, and just to kind of make that story come full circle, Cooper knowing very well that he was able to pick up the reboot card, circle back and pick up his, you know, his teammate Miro here later into the round is an excellent example of teams that are experienced and being able to apply, you know, their experience to the game here and come out, you know, in a much more effective position, as opposed to if Cooper tried to all in that duo earlier today when Miro got dropped. So little plays like that, little experiences like that, we definitely love to see it all continue to play out and be applied. As we jump in with typical gamer Noah plays, ends up finding their way into the final queued lobby here. I wonder where they sit all in all. We've seen them a few times here on the broadcast. We already know that it's a team that is desperately clinging on to a performance here in order to make it to the brackets.
And right now, if they want to keep, you know, the leaderboard scoring as high as possible, this is a team that's seemingly setting up to play exclusively for placements right now, Monster, because they are making this massive wraparound rotation, trying to see if they can catch the dead side of zone possibly. On the other note, though, Threats and Duke. Threats managing to get a little bit of revenge here for his duo mate. Does lose Duke, which is unlucky, but fortunately enough, there's a reboot van. So Threats.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy the fight ended, right? Like, they've been here since we started this game, and it just concluded. Keep in mind, they have 5 elims, so it wasn't just like they were there fighting them. No. They were busy fighting everyone else, and still ended up fighting them in the storm.
A nice solo clutch, though, from Threats with that in mind. And again, solo clutches, they're definitely starting to seem like a little bit of Threats' mantra at this point, because regardless of it being a duo that he's been with multiple times or not, it's just impressive to see him consistently finding those moments where they matter most, because Duke and Threats, they definitely just want to keep, again, trying to secure as high of a placement as possible, even though they are looking good as far as the series points is concerned.
Jumping in with Subscript and Freeze here. Just outside the Rift Island, so many teams here. What is happening? Is everyone captaining? Yeah, it looks like everyone's looking to use and utilize the rotates here. So out come the Rifts. There's teams positioned all over. I'm surprised the whole lobby hasn't burned Subscript out the sky at this point. But they just open up the opportunity for the entire rest of the season lobby here to go ahead and jump in. Experienced teams in the air there, Zypha and others, amongst all others, and I like this. Now using the grapple hook, yeah, get all the way up to high ground here. Little does you know there's a team up here, but this position is fantastic.
It's definitely a much better position than what you would have imagined you would actually find, because I'm right there with you. The fact that he was able to take the Rift and confidently glide through the skies without being shot down immediately, it almost seems more impressive than securing this high position in the first place.
Teams to note up here as well, Bach and Pars definitely being one of them. A team that's dominant, a team that's good, a team that's consistent on the day with good positioning on the zone right here. You have to assume they're primed to win this one all. And notice they haven't done it flashly, right? They've you know, really eased their way into end games, played for positioning, played for placement more than eliminations. A couple times we've watched them edge towards end games. They were not the teams that had a bunch of elims. That's just not been their playstyle.
Sometimes keeping a low profile can definitely work to your advantage, and it just doesn't seem like they're willing to take on any unnecessary risk, and for good reason. I mean, if Baka and Pars are able to finish the day strong, I'm sure it's just going to be a nice little confidence booster while they sit out the bye week and wait for semis to actually start taking place.
Look at this. Panstone and Lawrence thought they were super slick trying to camp the launch pad here. Team ends up pre-firing just in case there was some waiting in the box, and it turns out, of course, they were. Why wouldn't they be? Meanwhile, NPen finds an elim in the feed there, so NPen still in the mix here. Alongside his duo mate Mason. Kamsu notes exactly where he wants to land. Tries to get a peach of that touchdown, and he does get it. Nicely done for him.
We'll lose a little bit of shield in the process, but that's what the small shield potions are for, after all. There's Cam and a Minish. A Minish, though, definitely looks like he could use some shield. I don't know if Cam's going to have an opportunity, but with a medallion to split, no problem. A Minish will start to get some shield regen going. Ample med kits to spread around as well. So much ammo as well here for Cam, so he could definitely extend this box fight engagement if necessary between his materials and ammunition. That's why I think we see Gamer and Noah opting to just look to see if they can maybe tarp some of those layers for themselves. Seems like a lot of those builds were pre-existing, not necessarily belonging to Gamer or Noah. Probably just trying to create their own space there, and Chimp and Sears kind of in the same predicament.
I'm just, you know, surprised that Typical Gamer and Noah is still alive right now. Noah plays. This is their last chances here to go ahead and really push their way up, really make a dent in the standings. Like we said before, an opportunity for them to make it to a bracket seat, a bracket positioning. Take a look here, though. Chimp and Sires. Got to make a move. Got to make the rotate.
Uh-oh. Waiting for the crash pad.
Gotta let things connect for a second there. Looking at Chimp, looking back though. Sires is hurt. Doesn't land exactly where he thought he would, as far as safety is concerned. But Zyphin short, desperate to find elims, by the way. So that's a very scary team to be in front of. And look at this. He needs damage. He needs to find a little bit more. Little does he know, if he just shoots through the box there, just free elims in front of him. There it is. Knocks Zypha.
That's a big knock. Don't know if it came when he needed it most, though, because Chimp will wind up losing Sears on the rotate. That's certainly a tough loss here, because now Chimp, looking very low, doesn't have any heals whatsoever. Basically gonna have to depend on finding a pickoff somewhere and hoping that whatever solo or duo he manages to take out will have the supplies necessary to keep his final lobby going strong. But again, how strong can a solo be in a sea of duos, especially ones like the likes of Baka and Pars?
Still no elims though for Baka and Pars. Keep positioning to keep positioning, but it hasn't quite converted. I think they finally got a knock. Don't know if the finish is going to come through. However, here comes the launch pad out. They set it up for their advantage here. This is a crazy place for the game to end, by the way. I didn't even realize it's right under the Rift Island. A lot of high ground, a lot of mobility, tons of positions to play, you know, into some trickery here. Miro and Cooper still alive as well. Back from the grave, mind you. Miro was completely finished out. You can see it really weighing into the loadout, but there it is. Finally, things should start to come together for them now as they find a refresher. Duke and Threats, very much experienced team on the other side of the wall, putting pressure in. Cooper doing an excellent job leading them out right now.
Look, that elim might not have led to any sort of shield heals just yet for Miro, but getting the grapple, I think, is a huge win
and the
in
map.
Miro's case. Yeah, and the mats, as small as they might be, every mat counts at this point.
Definitely. Allowed them to stay alive this far. So back to Pars and Baka finally. Elim on the counter. Typical gamer Noah W Play still alive in this game as well. The dream is real. They are holding on. Meanwhile, Pars and Baka find a team on their layer. Baka with the save when Pars had his guard down there. And this is going to force them to fully stop here. Win condition being utilized. This might be a blessing in disguise. The fact that Miro and Cooper are very, very much damaged. You do not want them healthy in a lobby like this where typical gamer needs to stay alive longer. When Baka and Pars want to solidify a top positioning spot in the standings, just to flex it. At this point, we know they're going to the upper bracket, but it's always nice.
Oh.
Don't count them out.
For a moment, I really thought they were going to round the corner and it was going to be the Miro show. An actual miracle, though, that Miro and Cooper have made it this far on such limited HP. Gamer and Noah,
Dream's alive.
they are
Dream's alive.
lurking.
Typical gamer still in this. Noah W plays is on his own layer, his own world. No idea why typical gamer is alive, but and by himself in the low ground. I see though, he has no mats and he gets caught out by Duke and company. They're top 10 though. Should Noah W Plays just stay alive a little bit longer, there is positioning to be had here. We already know the positioning swings you so far up the standings. How far can they go? Miro creating a havoc down on the low ground, 2 HP. Dukes is down, Threats is solo, backside, big tag. Miro finishes him 2 into the box. See, this is just what a back-to-back-to-back-to-back FNCS champion looks like. Noah finds Miro though to keep his run alive, and it's a top 5 position for him now.
But Noah immediately gets charged upon. Baka, Pars, sticking it to the low ground. Now it's Anita season. Rafiki up on top with 3 medkits. And it's those extra little bit of mats, though, that Pars and Baka, they recognize, hey, we need to find some heals. Baka, though, 2 floppers.
Oh my gosh.
And 3 medkits. I have to imagine that might have just been a spot that Baka and Pars likely marked much earlier on, because Baka, just zero hesitation. Rafiki has no idea what's about to hit him. Probably going to be in straight awe, because Rafiki had 3 medkits to start with, but Baka still has 2.
What's incredible about that is that Baka found floppers at the very, very precise moment that he needed them, and had just enough time to use it before Pamstool could let off a shot there. And just like that, Baka and Pars probably picked up the most, if not tied for the most victory royales on the day for the final game of the weekend here for the FNCS qualifier number 2. And that surely is going to solidify themselves a wonderful position up the standings.
Hey, it always feels good to be one of the final teams collecting one of the final victory royales on the day, and it did not come easy, but I love the patience, the amount of discipline that we saw from Baka and Pars. Numerous instances where they were in really strong positioning, really strong footholds over the rest of the lobby. They could have looked to charge and be a lot more aggressive than they were, but they recognized the fact, hey, we've got a winning formula as is. Why force it?
Hey, respect to Baka and Pars. Congratulations on another victory royale. Very well played, very well executed, and also respect to Rafiki making it that far as well. Second place for him. We'll see how that ends up playing out for him, Taco. From us, though, any last words before we start wrapping up?
I'm really happy with what we saw from weeks 1 to now here in week 2, Monster. I'm just excited to see how everything pans out. Who's in the upper bracket? Who made it to lowers?
Well, for myself, Monster D-Face, and the best Taco here, we're going to be wrapping things up and sending it to the desk to bring us on home.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic set of games and a fantastic day. Make sure y'all follow those 2 because they're incredible. And once again, huge thank you. For us, though, Baka and Pars. The question
They had
is,
such good
you know,
synergy.
my head, my brain swaps 2 letters sometimes. Baka and Pars. Paka and Bars, you know, here we are. They get themselves a victory royale, Kelly. Don't make fun of me. Our question is, though, we knew going into that game, Peterbot and Pollo had 417 points in first place. Could Paka, oh my gosh, could Baka and Pars have overtaken them? I think no. I think they tied.
Okay, well, let's do the math here. They were exactly 65 points apart from each other, which is a victory royale. So if they got the victory royale, which they did, and 0 eliminations, then they would have tied. However, because it's Baka and Pars, of course they're walking away with a few eliminations as well, Vivid.
Yeah, you know, I think they went ahead and got the dub on the day, to be honest. I think it'll be no surprise. We see them just above Peterbot and Pollo, and there you have it, 427 points, Zeke. I'm going to actually say their names correctly. Baka and Pars winning qualifier number 2 and ending it in good fashion. The last game to go ahead and do it, too. Incredible stuff.
That's fine. I'll hold my L. If there's 2 things that I can't do, it's spell or math. That's why we have Vivid. He does those things for me. And now you all at home, if you've tuned in for the first time, now you know as well. But man, they managed to do it by 10 points. I feel like Peterbot and Pollo, they're going to be coming into semifinals with a chip on their shoulder. I know that they were like, nah, we've got it. You know, it's us. We're reading Ritual from last week. It's over. And then Baka and Pars are like, well, nice try. We'll see you guys in semifinals. All in all, though, an awesome day of Fortnite with so much action, so many like different levels of ways to win. We saw a bunch of heal offs, a bunch of players make it to situations where they just shouldn't have based on what they had. It was an awesome day.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Highlights, I mean, Agent Jeff win. Just earlier on throughout that game, right, we had Scope sliding in with 1 HP, a bunch of clutch moments happening there. Lots of stuff to go ahead and digest before we actually jump into semis. But Duke and Threats also putting up throughout the day some of their highlights from that last game as well.
Yeah, they were already in a pretty good spot before this game. I think they were actually currently sitting in 4th place. So I'm certain by having these 7 eliminations, probably even more, is going to potentially push them up into our 3rd place spot. I doubt that they're going to get 2nd or 1st because Baka's team and Peterbot's team held those spots there. But a great performance at the end of the day. And at this point, you want to try and get as many points as possible so you are in the upper bracket of the semifinals. And looking at here right now, they are going to be ending off in 4th place with Baka and Pars with just a 10-point lead, taking over Peterbot and Pollo. But Vivid, to me, it's all in the difference of placement versus elimination. And just look at the polarization between these 2 duos.
Yeah, there is a lot of eliminations to be had for Peterbot and Pollo. Zeke, I'm curious, right? We're obviously going to be seeing them in the upper bracket of semis. I'm curious to see if their play style kind of changes. I would imagine that it does, right? But I'm curious to see how good they are going to be in a set lobby format, right? How good are they going to be?
That's actually what I wanted to bring up, right? Earlier on in the day, Kelly had mentioned, like, obviously some duos might be flying under the radar, but it's because of these kind of chaotic formats, right? Once we hit those set lobbies, how different will things be? So I like that you kind of bring this up. Is there maybe even just like a duo besides obviously Baka and Pars that you guys feel like once we hit these set lobbies, you're excited to see? Maybe they're just kind of waiting for that moment to fully come alive, to fully show what it is they have.
There's so many teams. I think I'm going to go ahead and steal Kelly's answer. I'm reading Kelly's mind right now. I know who she's going to say. I'm going to steal her answer. She has to say somebody else. I'm going to say Ritual.
Ritual.
Yeah. No, the reason I'm going to say that, and I said it earlier on throughout the day, right? It seemed like they weren't really being aggressive through some of these lobbies, kind of like how Peterbot and Pollo were, right? They were just going for high eliminations, some showmanship almost. Whereas Ritual seemed like they were kind of sticking to their play style, getting that practice in. And yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that it pays off for them when it actually comes to those set lobbies.
Joke's on you. I wasn't going to say that duo. I was actually going to say Acorn and Cold. Green Ritual are absolutely phenomenal. However, a lot of their dominance is due to the fact that they can kind of just like handle these open lobbies. But I think when it comes to set lobbies, I think Acorn and Cold dominate over a lot of the duos that we got to see during this different meta.
Okay, I vibe with that. I'm actually going to go with Cooper and Miro. They ended the day in 7th place after all of their games, which was 7 in total. So I feel like there's a lot of these names that we'll be looking forward to seeing. But that's pretty much it for the show. Now, a couple things before we say goodbye. Don't forget, this next week is a bye week, which means there won't be broadcasts, there won't be games. We'll be back 2 weeks from now for semifinals, and that's where everything kicks off. We got upper, lower brackets, and that'll all take us into the grand finals of Major number 1. As always, Fortnite fan, we can't wait to see you then. Love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.